The truth is, they're as dumb as they come.
Huh? It's the house!
Evil can never be dead enough.
What the hell's going on, freakazoids? Alright, well, if you missed the earlier show we did on the Tyler Robinson case, they had a hearing on contempt of court by the prosecutor. It seemed like there was like two elements. The first one was regarding whether or not, the fact that they went out and corrected the statements made by TMZ, etc., based on a half-truth by the defense team putting in a document. They didn't tell the whole truth in the document, so it led to the media outlets putting out false information, and the prosecutor corrected that. That was deemed okay. However, when the prosecutor went a step too far and said, oh, and we believe we have the evidence to find him guilty, blah, 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 then that was a bridge too far, and then was actually, got contempt of court. The remedy is going to be something regarding the jury selection, but in no way did they remove the death penalty. So there's that. But man, you guys, I tell you what, it's so frustrating. Every day I keep seeing these people putting out videos saying, oh my God, you guys, I think we now know why Savannah said, we understand now. And they just wanted to have her body back, now we know that. Wow, that's so weird. And it's like, I thought that was obvious stuff that everybody knew just by how obvious it was by the context of what was said in the Instagram video. But apparently not. These people can't think their way out of a shoebox. They just... I told everybody, yes, the Savannah and her family have been made aware by the kidnappers that their mom is not alive anymore. I said that on February 6th or 7th. They've been made aware that they're not alive, that she's not alive anymore, and that's why she's saying, we understand now. We can only get PC to give us the location of her body so that we can bury her, and we're willing to pay for that. It was so obvious, and now I've seen, like today, I saw clips, scrolling around of 3 different channels. It went, wow, you guys, we know now that what she was saying in that second, it's wild. It's unbelievable, really. Are you in your fishing tournament? Hopefully you landed some. Oh, you're standing in 8th place. You're out of 149. That's pretty sweet. 17.5 bass. I'm 2 pounds out of first with 2 days left. Okay, sweet. Well, I wish I could transfer you the one that I lost. That thing you'd shoot right up that list, I can tell you. Let's see. I think he'd be in the first, actually, by replacing one of the 17 5 fish. That's like 3 pounds something. That one was, I'd say, at least 5. Although that doesn't work like that. All right. Well, we're gonna do a show today regarding the ransom notes. Do you guys see what I'm talking about, though? On these different videos that people make, and they're saying that? Man, I don't know why at the time their brains didn't say, oh man, this implies and definitely means that the ransom notes let them know that she wasn't alive. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Doreen? Yeah, at least you were listening. I just think that's wild. You're the only one that actually commented back on that. Thank you. All right, so we have a whole bunch of, we have a new ransom note by Harvey. And, I mean, that not by Harvey, that Harvey got by that same person. Okay? But I thought we'd go over, like, this, Brianna here, she has, like, kind of what was in the second one, and then we'll go through the different Harvey, you know, things he was saying today. And then also, I think Harvey was on Fox News. And then the other guy that's Harvey's co-host, he was also on, I think, News Nation. Right there. See this guy? So maybe we can check it out. All right. So we'll listen to this one again. Let's see. I think that's too quiet. Yeah, that's the one that was really quiet. Hold on, let me fix that one. I think like 25. That's probably, yeah, who cares? And then this one is, that one looks a little low. All right, let's see.
Hi guys, you are probably seeing some reports surfacing this afternoon about the second Nancy Guthrie ransom note. Some media confirming that it said Nancy died and that she was buried in nature. I'm Brianna Whitney, Crime Junkie's breaking news reporter, and I have spent months and months covering the Nancy Guthrie case.
Yeah, she even interviewed like some of the people that were pulled over by police in that SWAT raid. Just a second, let me pull up and get this. Like these are, I'm not sure you can even read those. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Does it let you do that? Oh, it's just that one? Okay. All right, hold on, let me. Maybe if I go just like that and make it wider. Yeah, you can kind of see those. These are things that she says here. Let me play it.
Boots on the ground. And in my former role, before I came to Crime Junkie, I was made aware of what these ransom notes said as I was reporting on the case. I've seen them with my own eyes, so I want to actually provide more context as to what that second note said. The way that this note was written, it's written as we. Like we didn't know this, as if it was some sort of team or whoever was involved in this. It said, we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. It went on to say that they never intended to hurt her during all of this. They continued and said she perished shortly after she was taken. They believe that it was heart related. And then what the reports were confirming earlier today, that she was buried with nature. And maybe the most important part of the second ransom note, it said, nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We are truly sorry. So that's what I know from my reporting on this case. And that second note came in the first week of the investigation. Now, the FBI never came out and confirmed whether or not these ransom notes are legit. We knew that they were investigating them, but months have gone by. They never confirmed more. But we do know that Savannah Guthrie said she believes that these two notes are real. We will keep you up to date on the Nancy Guthrie investigation as it continues.
Yeah, Savannah says that she believes that they're real. Okay, we also know in the first one, it directly references Savannah, like it says, Savannah, have your mother, and they want to get like $4 million to give Nancy back to them through the Bitcoin account. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. Hello, sweet Caroline. All right, so then there's that, and then I think this is Harvey like 3 days ago talking about the second letter, but it lets everybody understand the order of how things came in.
There is a lot to be confused about in the Nancy Guthrie case. We received, as you know, the first ransom note along with two Tucson stations, television stations.
So they got the first one with 2 different stations.
And in that note, the kidnappers made it clear that they wanted $4 million within days of the time she was captured.
And see, I think the FBI thinks that those first 2 are real, and they actually told Savannah that. That's why Savannah thinks they're real. I don't think Savannah would think they're real if the FBI didn't think they were real. Okay? I think that's just how it works. Yeah, when you're talking to investigators and so forth, and they go, yeah, we don't think it's real, and here's why. They probably, yeah. You know, but she thinks they're real because they told her they think they're real. That's how I interpret the information.
And
that's a big
if
one.
the Guthrie family didn't pay that money, it would go to $6 million. And a week after the kidnapping, basically, they said they would kill her if they didn't get the money. So there was a second ransom note now that we know about that one of the Tucson stations got. In that note, which was sent 5 days after the kidnapping, it said that Nancy Guthrie was dead, and that apparently said she was buried somewhere. Now, we know that the second note did not contain a ransom demand. And that's why it was so confusing that following weekend, when Savannah Guthrie said to the world that they wanted to bring their mother home to celebrate.
See, that's just, Harvey, that's just because I don't know, man. You're like a conspiracy theory minded person. See, when I watched that, when Savannah said that, I never thought once that the kidnappers asked her for money in that second one. I thought that she said, hey, we'll pay you to just let us know where she is. That's all we said. I never thought that was part of a ransom. So it wasn't confusing at all. It was just saying, hey, listen, we're aware now that she's not alive, and that they'd got a message from them that they weren't alive, and then she will actually pay for them telling her where Nancy's body is. So, but Harvey's like, wow, it was so confusing when she said we'll pay for it, because there was nothing mentioned in the second one about a ransom. Right. Nobody said there was, nor did anything that Savannah say suggest that there was. If there was, she wouldn't have put that out. Do you understand that?
And they would pay the money. And that money was never paid, and we know that because we have the Bitcoin address, and the Bitcoin address in the first ransom note was the same as the Bitcoin address in the second ransom note, and no money was ever paid.
Yeah, but how did you know what the Bitcoin of the second ransom note was, because you didn't get it? Did you share that information with the people that got the first one?
Other than a very small amount that the FBI put in to see if they could trace the Bitcoin address, which they could not do. So the question then becomes, why did the Guthrie family fail to pay the money? When you think about it, that second note saying that she died accidentally, that they didn't kill her, but she died accidentally, which is the way this is now being reported. They're essentially saying, look, we didn't do it. We weren't there to kill somebody, even though we threatened to.
Right.
And she died.
See, I agree with some of the stuff that Harvey says in some of these other interviews and so forth.
Died on us, and we're sorry, essentially. I don't think they used the words "we're sorry," but they said, look, we didn't do it. She died shortly after the kidnapping. And it kind of makes sense with all her health problems, the fact that she didn't have her medications, and it must have been...
Yeah, we've said this the whole time, though, Harvey. It's not like this has
been beyond extremely traumatic. So if that's true, what Savannah Guthrie is faced with is, we got this second note and we believe it's the kidnappers, but now they're not asking for a ransom demand in return for telling us where the body is. So we're putting it out to them. Tell us how much you want. Tell us where the body is so we can bring her home. Because the $6 million may not be on the table anymore. They may be so freaked out and scared that she died and that they're going to be charged with murder that they're just basically leaving it alone and saying, we're done with this. And so to pay $6 million when it looks like they've just freaked out and gone away, what she did instead was to say, look, tell us what you want. We want to bring her home. And that means bring the body home. And they never responded after that. They never responded to us, and they never responded, apparently. And we believe it's the kidnappers, but now they're not asking for a ransom demand in return for telling us where the body is.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, the second ransom note is really strange. You know, it's like kind of a weird, hey, it's body blow biscuit butter. It's just a strange thing altogether. Like, there was no reason to send that out.
So we're putting it out to them. Tell us how much you want. Tell us where the body is so we can bring her home. Because the $6 million may not be on the table anymore. They may be so freaked out and scared that she died and that they're going to be charged with murder that they're just...
The reason that I'm not surprised at all, Coffee Slayer, and we said it back then. I mean, the thing is we've been so far ahead of these people. It's almost unbelievable. Yeah, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do a ransom just for the body because, and we talked about this months ago, saying, wow, so it looks like they wanted to get Savannah and the family wanted to give money just to know the location of the body. And then we realized that nobody had sent them anything to locate her, or we would have known. And so that means the communication stopped there. And the reason it stopped there is because it's too dangerous for them. That means that once Nancy died, now it's a murder case, a felony murder case. Unless they can prove that they're the ones that physically killed her. Now, if she just died from, quote, natural causes, her heart issues, while being abducted, then it's a felony murder because in the commission of the felony, she died. And that's what it would be. Now, but you would think that it should be a little bit more because, it's like your behavior created her heart to do what it was doing, But anyways... they're not going to risk it now and try to get money because that's where the danger comes in, is actually getting the money somehow. Now, you remember a couple of weeks ago when we heard that there was not a couple of weeks ago, not too long ago, where it talked about there was some deposit of $50 or something. It was some really ridiculously low number, and you know what that was? Apparently, that was the FBI putting the money out there to see if they could trace it, and they couldn't. Okay? That's crazy, right? I mean, we've heard people say that, oh, no, as soon as you upload it there, you absolutely can trace it. Well, they couldn't. They could not trace. So once they put the money into the account, that didn't allow them to trace it. Now, maybe when somebody retrieves the money, you can trace that. But just putting the money out there... No, you can't trace it. Thanks, Karen. Thank you. Honey, Bee Fly, Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake.
Basically leaving it alone and saying, we're done with this. And so to pay $6 million
right.
when it looks...
That's exactly what I think. This is what I think happened. My original theory, we went to a nut job theory that could still be in play too, But my original theory was a abduction for ransom that went wrong. And then when Nancy Guthrie died, they just completely shut it down. But they did let Savannah know that she died. We didn't know anything about any, the buried in nature, any of that stuff. But we based all that based on Savannah Guthrie's Instagram video, which absolutely was crystal clear that they were made aware by the kidnappers that Nancy is not alive. And that Savannah then wanted to, keep the door open by sending money to at least know where her body is so that they can live in peace. And that they're absolutely correct how that works. They're going to be the rest of their lives. It'll just be a struggle for the rest of their lives, not knowing where their mother is. If you know where she is, the only struggle you'd have is like the justice part, but that's not as bad as the portion of not having their body back. All right, hold on a second. All right. Yeah, we cover a lot of missing person cases, and it's just absolutely the worst. I mean, you see these, especially when we cover these old ones from like 1971 missing person case, and then you read through the articles over the decades, and you see the picture of the family members. They're younger, and then they get older, and then they get older. And now you have those people die, and then you have the children of them, and all of them, they talk about how it destroyed the parents just never could. It seemed happy again, and it sucks, and the children, etc. It just goes. It's like a generational thing. It gets passed around. It's horrible. So that's why they were willing to pay for it. I mean, we had all these discussions months ago. And so, if you weren't here, you missed out.
Looks like they've just freaked out and gone away. What she did instead was to say, look, tell us what you want. We want to bring her home. And that means bring the body home. And they never responded.
So currently, you guys are at 1/25th of a nightly goal. So if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, we're getting close to the end of the month. That'd be great.
After that, they never responded to us, and they never responded, apparently, to anyone else. And that may be the answer as to why Savannah said, we will pay, but she needed to know, will you give us the body back if we do? And what do you want? And they never said that. So that may explain this curiosity of her saying, we'll pay, but never did. And just one other note, I have called...
I don't really even know what he's saying, 90% of the time.
...to us, and they never responded, apparently, to anyone else. And that may be the answer as to why Savannah said, we will pay, but she needed to know, will you give us the body back?
Right, we knew this, though, just by listening to her Instagram. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is what's ridiculous to me, is they're just all figuring out now what Savannah's second Instagram message was about. It's crazy to me.
If we do, and what do you want? And they never said that. So that may explain this curiosity of her saying, we'll pay, but never did.
That didn't even make sense right there.
And just one other note. I have called the FBI twice again today, asking...
and we don't have to hit last night's goal was met, but I don't want to have last night's goal be wasted by another shitty day where now it's back to like it didn't matter. That last night made up for a couple other days, so that's the thing. So we need the support from the people watching to keep the ball rolling.
Please call, because we're trying to get some closure on this guy who was repeatedly emailing us, telling us he knew who the kidnappers were and he knew where Nancy Guthrie was buried.
Yeah, actually, it's been more like 4 months, 4.5 months we've been saying this. Maybe almost like, because it was February like 6th when I think I was even on my trip. We read through, or listened to her Instagram video, and that's what I came up with. I said, "Hey, you guys, look this is what it's saying. Look, okay, this is what she's saying." And these guys are just now like, wow. I mean, it's just... And
still no response from the FBI. Something is going on. I don't understand it. And I'm telling you, the reason I don't understand it is we were in constant contact with them, and they were always responsive. They were calling...
He's talking about that other group of people.
...calling us a lot. And we had...
Hey, Elaine Talling, I saw up there, look at that, 67 months, you guys. How many years, what is that? 5 years and then 7 months. So, thanks, Elaine Talling.
Had a very open kind of relationship that went back and forth until I called about a month ago and said, look, what if we do a documentary, pay the money, and see where it leads us? And that just slammed the door shut for some reason. I don't know what that's about.
See, here's what's interesting. See what he's saying right now? This is 3 days ago. And now they've heard from that guy again. So I'm wondering if this thing here, this little video here, actually, the guy must watch every second of TMZ. Okay? He watches it all. Ooh, and then he made a new letter. It's crazy, isn't it?
Pay the money and see where it leads us. And that just slammed the door shut for some reason. I don't know what that's about, but it's not coincidental that that conversation was had and then they just went radio silent.
Yeah. All right, and then we have this one here. Now this is today, right? So you had that one, and then today, 3 days later.
Today is Friday, June 26th, and we have received another email from the man.
Let me make it louder.
Who says he knows who Nancy Guthrie's kidnappers are and can lead the FBI to those kidnappers for 1 Bitcoin. So the man writes that he has clearly been following things we've been saying, questioning
Right.
the FBI telling us that the person who wrote this might be a female. The person does not say he's a male for sure, but he puts a big question mark there. And then also puts a question mark where we say we might be doing a documentary. So he says in this email that he is not, as he puts it, I am not the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site in Mexico. He goes on to say, only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the ones calling to snitch on themselves. So he has said to us before that there were multiple kidnappers and there was a main kidnapper, but definitely plural kidnappers. He
I
has
don't
said that
want to hear it,
before.
Bengal Cat.
In this email,
We've
which,
already
by the
talked
way,
about
we
your
have sent to the
theory 100
FBI,
times.
he says that he has video. He has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper
I'm just kidding. You
on
can
what
call in.
probably would be the last.
So you always call in and say the same theory that we've already said on here. All right, will it be different now? A completely new one that nobody's heard of? Or will it still be the same repeating of my theory again?
Day of her life. That's the way he puts it here. He says, while
We'll
it
see.
what
I
it
guess we'll see.
contains is my definition of delivering it on a silver platter, a short video of the main.
See, he thinks he has a video of the guy where, like he says he has the main kidnapper on video kidnapping, with Nancy Guthrie. I mean, man, if that's true, that's crazy, isn't it?
Says that he has video. He has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper on what probably would be the last day of her life. That's the way he puts it here. He says, while what it contains is my definition of delivering it on a silver platter, a short video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. He also says that he has names, addresses, phone numbers of the kidnappers.
Yeah, what's weird is he says, like, the kidnappers know who this guy is, and he thinks that they're onto him. But then you send a letter to TMZ, and everything that Harvey's reading implicates you even more? I don't know, man. It's just, it doesn't seem to make sense.
Now,
I'm not saying he's not having a conversation,
He says he has that video in a phone, and the phone is turned off. It is in a secure, secret location, but a location easy to find if you know where to look. And that's what he says. He doesn't.
So the phone's in a secure location, but it's easy to find if you know where to look. So I'll let you know where to look, and then I'll give you the password for the phone if you send me the Bitcoin. How about you give us something first, then we'll do this.
Doesn't say a safe deposit box, but he says easy to find if you know where to look. And he says that if he gets a Bitcoin, he will deliver, as he puts it, on a silver platter, exactly how to get access to this phone, including the password.
Thanks, Wild Bill, Alley Cake, Honeybee Fly, Karen.
So he did not, this is clearly the guy who has been sending us these emails, because he says that the Bitcoin address he gave us before is no longer working.
Did he give you the old one?
And he actually wrote the Bitcoin address down, and it does match what we saw previously, and we've never reported that. He gives a new Bitcoin address.
That's interesting. I didn't catch that earlier when I heard that. So that means it is the same person, because he had the Bitcoin wallet ID or whatever the hell it is, and then he gave a new one. Why does he need a new one though? What the hell is that? I don't really get that. Why would you need a new one?
It's no longer working, and he actually wrote the Bitcoin address.
How would it no longer be working? Maybe he thought, okay, they're going to get on to me. I'll shut this one down. I'll make a new one.
It's down, and it does match what we saw previously, and we've never reported that. He gives a new Bitcoin address, and he says he wants a Bitcoin, and in return, he will basically deliver access to that phone, as he puts it, on a silver platter. So look, we've sent it to the FBI, and this has become such a cat and mouse game. If this person is real, then go to where.
Yeah, well, here's what I think is interesting: is both the kidnappers who sent 2 messages and this guy, the FBI hasn't been able to catch. Don't you think it's interesting? Like, what? These guys are the best. The FBI and all these agencies, they should be able to find these people off of something, and they just haven't been able to.
Wherever that phone is, and get a screen grab of something proving that you're not a liar and somebody who is trying to inflict more pain on the Guthrie family. If you've got something, send it. I mean, you've been sending us more than a dozen emails. Send us something to show you're not a fraudster.
Yeah, see, I think that's a good plan. Since you're sending these emails, why don't you just attach it? But the problem is what he says is when you send a photograph, it has metadata in it, which is true. What he could do, however, is, well, that's actually pretty tough, you know. It's pretty tough. Like even if you did a screen grab, it might show like where the screen grab took place, etc. So man, it's like, you know, if the original, when you ever take a photograph, the original has all the information on it. But if you do a screen grab of it, the metadata switches over to whatever it was that captured the image.
Will obviously send that on to the FBI. But if you have that information, I would assume, I don't know, but I would assume that they would play ball with you. But send us something, because there are a lot of fraudsters out there. And we have been open, and we were allowed to say this. We know the FBI is still looking for you, and they believe you might be real, but they must have enough doubt that they haven't paid you the money. And it's clear you're frustrated, but the question is, are you a fraudster? And send us something.
I bet that was a.
Send us.
I bet that right there was an FBI derived conversation. He even admitted that that's what that was. FBI derived message.
A screen grab of something that would allow authorities to say, this guy's the real deal, and maybe they will deal with you.
Oh, there you go. There's that one. And then Harvey was on Fox News earlier. So let's see what they say.
Over to TMZ headquarters, but he has this story. Tell me what's going on, Harvey. They're saying they have video.
They're saying they have video, and for 1 Bitcoin, they will lead authorities to the safe place where they can find this phone. They will give them the password, and that they will get both the videos and the.
I think it's just weird to say, yeah, I think the kidnappers know who I am and everything. They're on to me. And then you go out, get Harvey to talk about it again. So these kidnappers go, well, hell, of course that's him. Who else had the photograph? You know, or something. You know, it's just.
Name and address of the 2 kidnappers. This is what the person says. Well, we have received a dozen emails from this person. It is the same person each time. And they are persisting that they know the kidnappers, that they were with Nancy at one point when she was alive, told us when she had died, said they knew the location, and we've been in constant touch with the FBI over this person, and we know they are trying to find out who it is. So it's not like they're dismissing this person out of hand, but at the same time, they're not paying the Bitcoin, so they must be suspicious that it could be a fraudster.
So, I mean, that's the obvious question, Harvey, is how much do we trust? How much do you trust? How much does the FBI trust this information? You've shared this with the FBI. You obviously have an email handle. You have ways to track this person down. But what
the first and second one, they know are the same people because of a Bitcoin address. But also the first one discussed the precise location of the watch, the Apple Watch, I think. Not just that, there was a watch there, like precisely where it was in the house when law enforcement came there, or when anybody came to the house to investigate.
You're saying is, from what you understand right now.
Oh, we have a challenge? What is it? 10 for Tenor by Karen 777. All right. Well, if you guys do 10 in gifted memberships or whatever, just $10 worth of anything, she'll donate 10 on PayPal.
Well,
there you go. It's already done.
The FBI does not find this tipster legit?
No, I can't say that.
Well, I don't know if they talked about the color and location. I just said the location of where it was,
Because
there was pictures of the color out in the media.
First of all, the FBI has been working with my IT team from the beginning when we got the first ransom note. And they've also worked with our IT team to find this person. We don't have...
How do you know what they like, Gene? Jeez. Brackish water is Like, I remember we used to have, like, put an Oscar, put a little salt water in there. It's like half salt, half fresh water.
A way of corresponding with them
Or
via
whatever the
email
percentage is.
because it doesn't work. And the FBI's tried to track it down, and they haven't. But they told me this week that they feel they're getting closer to it and that they are trying to find this person. So they're not dismissing this person out of hand. And as a matter
How's it
of
so
fact,
hard, Harvey? I feel like in 2026 you can track anyone down, especially if they give you an email address. I'm not suggesting it. Just I thought that's where we were.
Well, I'm telling you, they had 5 FBI agents at one point on the phone with our IT team, and they spent hours with them, and they were trying to track down both the kidnapper and the person who's been sending us these emails, and they could not do it.
Okay, I want to clarify what this person is telling you as well. They're saying,
Well, thank you, DeBlanco. No, it's weird. If you go back and watch, if people out there went back and watched our live streams or any videos that I put out, a lot of stuff that all these people are claiming are this new information and new sort of thought process is so old it's almost unbelievable. Like we put all these pieces together months ago because on this channel we use logic, reason, and common sense, something that isn't common anymore.
multiple kidnappers, right? 2 kidnappers. This guy says he has it on video, and he's got this video on a phone that he's put away in some lockbox, essentially. And the video also includes Nancy Guthrie.
He says that there is video of Nancy Guthrie and the main kidnapper. That's what he says in this note. Now, I did a social media post after I got this email today, and I said, look, you could well be a fraudster, and that presumably is why you haven't gotten money. Send us a screen grab of Nancy Guthrie, something from this video to show that you're legit. He responded a couple of hours later. He had seen this.
That's right. He responded again today after that original video we just watched a minute ago, because he said, hey, send us something.
Social media post, and he said, I'm not going to do it because the metadata is going to lead authorities to me. And he says he's afraid because he seems to, at least he says, he knows these kidnappers and they know him and suspect that he's this guy.
Right, but then you're going to do, hey, Harvey, here, I'm talking to you again. And then these people are looking at this going, well, of course it's this guy. I don't know, man. Yeah.
And he doesn't want to trigger anything until they're in custody. That's what he said. I can't tell you, is he a fraudster? Is he legit? Nor can I tell you how the FBI feels, except they seem conflicted.
Yeah, okay. One more question, Harvey. So what is he suggesting is his relationship to the kidnappers? By the way, that's an odd detail you just shared, that he thinks they suspect he's the guy who's, I mean, how's he still alive? How's he not arrested? And how have the criminals not dealt with him if they already suspect who he is?
Yeah, good question.
Listen, I think these kidnappers freaked out when Nancy got the...
I think this part here, I don't disagree with Harvey here. I think he thought through this. This is what, but believe it or not, what Harvey's saying right here, I said probably, 2 or 3 months ago, even 4, when we were talking about the kidnapping gone wrong, and then basing that on the letter, they must have let Savannah know that she wasn't alive because of what she said. All right. So basing on that, listen to this one right here.
How have the criminals not dealt with him if they already suspect who he is?
Listen, I think these kidnappers freaked out when Nancy Guthrie died, that they wanted money. And when she died early on, days after they kidnapped her, all of a sudden, they're going to be on the hook for murder.
God, I've said this exact. I mean, literally it's almost as if it's a cut and paste, like they're going to be on the hook for murder and they just wash their hands of it. How many times did I say that? Listen.
Felony murder. And that's why they sent that second note, because the second note, they didn't say, we want money and we'll...
But we already knew this, right? We already said this right here, Harvey. We said this.
Lead you to her body. They just said she died and we didn't do it. And so I think they freaked out. That's where they went radio silent. They never demanded any more money. So I don't know that these guys are the killers that you might think, because I think they were basically doing this for profit.
I mean, I said this, almost that particular thing last night, but like, I think that they just washed their hands of it. The second she died, they didn't even want to really communicate much anymore. They just did that last one almost as sort of a, hey, you know, we didn't mean for her to die, you know, but she's buried in nature, and we're just not going to be able to tell you where she is because, but just realize that you couldn't have helped, you couldn't have done anything at all either. So that means what they're saying there is, even if you had sent the ransom, it wouldn't have helped. And that was sort of a way to alleviate Savannah's guilt that she's been feeling. Isn't that weird that would be put in there? And then, and then I think at the very end, they just said, wash their hands with it, buried her in a desert somewhere, and they're not going to, you'll never hear from them again.
And never thought through that this 84-year-old woman could die on their watch.
Okay, well, it's a fascinating update, Harvey Levin at TMZ. Thank you so much. I do think.
Yeah, I mean, I just think this whole part here is like just listening to that again. It's worth listening to that part again.
A post, and he said, "I'm not going to do it."
Yeah, like
he said, I can't tell you. Is he a fraudster? Is he legit?
Maybe just right in here.
How have the criminals not dealt with him if they already suspect who he is?
Listen. I personally, I think these kidnappers freaked out when Nancy Guthrie died, that they wanted money. And when she...
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been saying the whole time. I mean, like literally back in, I don't know. I just keep repeating myself. I'm just so frustrated that somehow this is all new.
She died early on, days after they kidnapped her. All of a sudden, they're going to be on the hook for murder. It's felony murder. And that's why they sent that second note, because...
I've been saying the felony murder thing for at least 3 months, 4 probably.
The second note, they didn't say, we want money and we'll lead you to her body. They just said, she died and we didn't do it. And so I think they freaked out. That's where they went radio silent.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying to Blanco the whole time. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you're repeating the same stuff that like they're saying, that we said a long time ago. It's the kidnappers. If it was a kidnapping for ransom gone wrong, okay? So as soon as you say that, that means it went wrong. It didn't end up being how they wanted it to go. And that's because Nancy died that night. After she was put in the car, they drove away. She passed away. She didn't have her medication. She was on blood thinners. She was frail. And she died. And at that moment, they probably sent out the first ransom attempt hoping that they weren't going to be asked for proof, okay? So they sent that out, and then we have Savannah's first message that she put out, and that one was more, like, it was kind of sad and stuff like that, and I think that sort of affected the kidnappers a little bit because they only did it for the money. They're not killers, like killers are. They're depraved people who would do something like that, but it's just, it was for the money. So then after they watched Savannah and the family do their Instagram stuff, the first one, they sort of felt like, oh, shit. So they did one more, and they weren't tracked on the first one. They did one more, and it was just to say that, hey, she's not alive, and nothing you could have done could have helped, and she's buried out in nature. And that's just the way it is. And as soon as that was over, that just means that they washed their hands of this. They're taking off because now it's felony murder, and it's much worse for them if they get caught. So now they're going to minimize their exposure by not communicating anymore. They're done. Okay, so it's going to take somebody else to say something, or if there are two, one of them saying something. Right. Yeah, right. We thought it was a kidnapping for it's a psycho, and they like the pleasure of it for being a fire, like an arsonist, that kind of thing. Okay, we're talking about tonight this theory. not your theory that we've already had 100 times, okay? Yeah, we've already talked about that. Tonight's theory conversation is about the kidnapping, the ransom gone wrong and these notes that are being sent out. Not, it's, we've already gone over the nut job theory a million times. It made more sense to everything until some of this stuff came out. And, I've always thought that the FBI believed that the ransom notes were real. We're just now hearing precisely, more of what was on them. Okay? Jeez. That's what I'm saying. It's like, we've already talked about it a lot. The ransom, the first theory was ransom gone wrong. The second one is the nut job theory, where it's this crazy person who's one individual, like an arsonist, who did this by themselves. They just tied her up, pulled the car back around just before, and then moved her out of the house. She walked on her own feet, put in the car, and they're just enjoying the banter back and forth like a serial killer, just, messaging this, messaging that. The use of the word we now, you could say, was to throw people off, to make it look like and pretend it was somebody else. Jeez. I get sick of those kind of comments, Sandy and Cindy up there, like it's some sort of a team effort and stuff. Okay? I've already said all those things before, all right? You're trying to see like it's something new. You just came up with a new theory. I'm with Bengal and Cindy, yeah. Ooh. It's embarrassing, the way you guys type in. We're just all here talking about a case. We've already gone over the nut job theories a million times, okay? 1,000. Right? That's like my original theory was the ransom gone wrong. Then I switched to being more likely that it's a random person, but it was still close. Just one random nut job who's waiting for the other, just waiting. Forget it. It just gets so frustrating reading the chat. It's just
Never demanded
just turn it off.
any more money. So I don't know that these guys are the killers that you might think, because I think they were basically doing this for profit and never thought through that this 84-year-old woman could die on their watch.
Okay, what's a fast?
Yeah. All right, and then here's the other guy. He was on News Nation.
About the note, we of course have been in contact with the FBI. There are certain things they would rather we don't put out there, and honestly, we don't want to.
Well, BTK was just stupid for believing it. It does make sense, though, Bengal Cat. It does. It doesn't make sense to whatever you want to think, but it does make sense. The ransom one. Nobody else is saying it doesn't make sense. They just want to believe it's something else.
Say everything that's in there, because then other people you could have copycats now using that information. We know that this is the same person because of the Bitcoin address that they include in there, and there's a name that they use. However, there's never any email for us to contact him.
But Harvey said in one of the things that he talked to this person on the called him or something.
So we're basically just waiting whenever he decides he wants to send these emails to us. But in it, he says he's got this video that shows Nancy.
Yeah, I'm like, I think I lean more towards it being a ransom. I mean, I've always been like 50-50 on, the nut job theory versus the abduction for ransom gone wrong. Okay, and the nut job theory made more sense because there was it didn't have that lingering weird question. It answers like, why did you send it to TMZ, for example? Like, why the hell would you send a ransom note to TMZ unless you just wanted it to be really big and everybody's talking about it and you like to see your handiwork in action? Like, that's that one, right? The other one makes sense too, though, right? I mean, they both make sense because now I think the TMZ, they sent it to the local stations and TMZ. Now, I don't know why they sent the first one to TMZ. That's still, I thought that was sort of answered the other day. I can't remember now.
On her what he describes as her
But when
last.
you make statements like, it doesn't make sense that it was a ransom gone wrong, that's just absolute bullshit, okay? That's bullshit, that it doesn't make sense. They both make sense. It's just, which one is it? Okay, that's it. They both make sense.
Day, and she is with one of the kidnappers. I think very interestingly, in the past, he has said that there are multiple kidnappers. This time, he says there were only two, and that the video shows her with the main kidnapper. That's the language that he uses.
He actually says explicitly that there are two kidnappers?
He says there are two people who are directly, two kidnappers who are directly connected to this, and they're the only ones who would know, besides him, I guess, where Nancy's body is at this point.
And
so
that would jibe with what police have been saying. They, and all experts sort of analyzing this case say this could not have been just simply one person who's doing this.
I don't know where he is.
But he also goes on to claim that he has video of the person that we're seeing right there in this porch cam video, that he is in this video with Nancy.
No.
See, how did this lady come up with that? How did she think that that's what they were saying? What? Hold on, let me do this again. How did that even...
Past, he has said that there are multiple kidnappers. This time, he says there were only two, and that the video shows her with the main kidnapper. That's the language.
He says, so the video shows her with the main kidnapper.
That he uses.
He actually says explicitly that there are two kidnappers?
He says there are two people who are directly, two kidnappers who are directly connected to this, and they're the only ones who would know, besides him, I guess, where Nancy's body is at this point.
And
so
that would jibe with what police have been saying. They, and all experts sort of analyzing this case say this could not have been just simply one person who's doing this. But he also goes on to claim that he has video.
You're gonna have some drinks and meds? Let's see. Maybe the perp met Annie at her shop, and he knew her mom was 2 miles away and went after poor Nancy, but she passed in a week. Heart pacemaker after being traumatized, and yeah, I mean, there's a million different theories. I think one that makes a hell of a lot of sense is somebody that worked over there. Maybe they're from Mexico, but work as a roofer or drywall, something like that, at that one of those homes right there, and noticed that she was alone, but somehow, at the same time, people were like, oh, that's the mother of Savannah, and then it becomes this rich person. Maybe it led to that. Or it was some person that was sort of fixated on Savannah Guthrie, and thought, hey, how can I affect how can I affect Savannah if maybe if I abduct her mother, I can, affect her somehow, make her upset. But then it's kind of weird because that second ransom note, if it's real, I think it seems like the FBI believes those are real. I think most people think that those are real. If you don't think that they're real, then you can come up with any theory that you want. But once you sort of think, well, you know what, I think those might be real, because the FBI seems to think so, then you got to work them into your theory, Oh, is Karen taking off? Thank you, Karen. See you later. Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman.
Of the person.
Yeah. It's, here's the thing. It's different if you disagree with something, but when you say something doesn't make sense just so that you can say your theory makes sense, unless, if it didn't make sense, I wouldn't talk about it. You guys know that that's how I do it. All right? So for me, the abduction for ransom, the only part that didn't make sense before was the fact that you sent it to TMZ. Okay? However, the reason I think that those are likely, there's a good chance that they're real, is because of, the second one. You know, I mean, that was obvious. The same people as the first one, but the second one, oh, it's weird. The second one is strange. It's like that didn't need to be sent out. The second one. You know, that's the thing, is it didn't need to be sent out unless the person actually had some sort of, you know, like a remorse for it. Well, it doesn't make sense to you because you're, you know, that's why I do what I do. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense to you, Raven. It should. Let's see. I think the first two are real. Yeah, the first two are real. I don't know who this other guy is, but he seems to have the same sort of thing where he, you know, it isn't, I don't know. It's weird how he's avoiding police the same way, you know. It's strange. Like, he wants a Bitcoin too because he knows they won't be able to track that one, just like the FBI wasn't able to track the one that they put the money in. So I think that's interesting.
Person that we're seeing right there in this porch cam video, that he is in this video with Nancy?
No, well, it's not.
What do you mean? He's in this video with Nancy? Wow.
Not that person.
How did you come up with that?
Person there. We don't know. I mean, I guess
you don't know.
You could say that person must be one of the two kidnappers if this person's information.
Yeah, one of these two.
Is correct, that there are only two kidnappers. I think that's a fair leap to make, that the person in the doorbell video is one of the two kidnappers. And as for what the video shows, the only way he described it is that it was Nancy's last day before she passed away. Now, where that video is, it's on this phone. It's almost like a treasure hunt that he...
That the ransom notes are staying. I mean, the ransom notes. How about this? Do you think that the ransom notes are from the people who kidnapped her, whether they're fake or not? Like, in terms of like what they're saying, could be complete BS. Don't most of you think that the ransom note, the first two, anyways, came from them? You know, how about that? I don't know. You were telling us, man. You sent it over to Bitcoin. Maybe somebody else picked it up, transferred it to somebody else, and
wants the.
I don't know what that means. I think email. I don't even remember what I just asked because I get interrupted. What did I just ask? Oh yeah. So like the ransom notes. That was one of the things we talked about one time too. Maybe the ransom notes were part of the ruse by the nutjob person to trick law enforcement into believing something else, all right, even though it had nothing to do with anything. Right, that was one of the things we've talked about many times on the show. You see what I'm saying? Like, we've already covered all the other ones, so it's like, I don't know which one it is at this point. It's pretty it's confusing because there's things that you think like, well, why the hell would you... You know, like they sent the first one, and then they sent the second one, and they just sort of washed their hands of the whole situation. Yeah, red herring. Yeah, well, it's more entertaining, yes, Cindy, right. But the thing that currently makes the most sense is that it's a ransom for hire that went wrong, and maybe they had a specific way that they would retrieve the money from the Bitcoin account once they got it. You know, quickly, you know, somebody else takes it, hands it to this one, then ding, 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 goes all over the place. Who the hell knows? But they weren't able to track the account just by putting money into it. But maybe once somebody takes money out of it, that's when it's possible to figure out who, you know, who took it out or something.
Authorities to go on. He says it's on a phone that is in a hidden location right now, though it would be easy to find if you had the location. The note says, for the price of 1 Bitcoin, I will send the coordinates, the information about where this phone is, along with a password, and that the authorities would then be able to go to that phone and get the video, which could then lead them to figuring out who are the people behind the kidnapping.
And TMZ, you worked with the FBI on trying to trace
I don't think
where
so.
these emails are coming from. At one point, there were 5 FBI agents, according to Harvey, on the phone with TMZ's IT department.
That comes from a conspiratorial mind. See, it's just like the Candace Owens people, Bengal Cat Chili. They think it's conspiratorial to believe that Tyler Robinson's the killer because everything points right to it. So therefore, it's more conspiratorial to believe that from their point of view. So when you have a mind that's conspiratorial by nature, things that are more logical, sort of common sense kind of thing, they become conspiratorial.
To no avail?
To no avail. Well, the only thing I would say is that, as far as we know, they didn't get anything there. I
actually thought, like, if you what if there is a phone and on there's an AI video, because you know how I made the image.
He certainly spent a lot of time talking.
Well, the guy wants his money. Why doesn't here's the thing is, here's what doesn't make sense about this other guy that's talking to Harvey is he already thinks that these people are going to take him out or something. Why doesn't he come forward with his information and get the $1 million reward, for God's sakes? And say, listen, I'm only coming forward if you guys protect my identity and put me somewhere where these people can't find me before you arrest them. Okay? And then put out the information, and, it's like, that seems safer for him than to do this little stupid thing where you're contacting Harvey, and then every time you talk to Harvey, he brings up this whole topic again, and then these people are like, oh my God, that's probably Jim. See, that part, like the secondary messages and stuff, while it's possible they're meaningful, it just seems like it's absurd. That doesn't make sense to me. The first two, I think, are from the people, so you can either believe that it's a ruse or that they're just sort of, legitimately, they're legitimate. The first one asks for money, just like you would think, into a crypto account. I mean, basically, how would anybody pull off a ransom these days anyways? I guess crypto might be, a safer way to try to do it than like, hey, meet me under the bridge at 6. I mean, that's how it was back in the day.
To our IT team here, but the only thing, earlier this week, they said to us, the FBI, that they felt they were working on something and that they were getting closer to figuring out who this person is sending these emails.
Well, I think it's interesting that the FBI is trying to track down that person too. And they're interested in it. So that is, makes it a little bit more, at least that's what Harvey's saying. Who the hell knows what the FBI is thinking?
And that they mentioned that while we've been referring to the person as a male individual, I guess we've made that assumption.
Hey guys, we're getting crushed again tonight. We had a good night last night, and today's going in reverse, so it'll negate what we did yesterday. So right now we're at 1/4 of the goal. So if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, as you can see, we've had these massive lulls, and it's just really struggling. We could use some, a couple challenges would probably help out.
The FBI said they had reason to believe that perhaps it's a woman.
Really?
Either way, yes. And it's very clear that whoever this person is there.
So the FBI said they had reason to believe that perhaps. Okay. Yeah, well. And was that the second one? What is he referring to right there?
He spent a lot of time talking to our IT team here, but the only thing, earlier this week, they said to us, the FBI, that they felt they were working on something and that they were getting closer to figuring out who this person is sending these emails. And that they mentioned that while we've been referring to the person as a male individual, I guess we've made that assumption, the FBI said they had reason to believe that perhaps it's a woman.
Really?
Either way, yes.
Ooh, the one at the, who's he talking about?
team here, but the only thing earlier this week they said to us, the FBI, that they felt they were working on something and that they were getting closer to figuring out who this person is sending these emails.
Okay, the secondary set of email.
And that they mentioned that while we've been referring to the person as a male individual, just I guess we made that assumption, the FBI said they had reason to believe that perhaps it's a woman.
So they're talking about this other person, you know.
Really?
Either way, yes, and it's very clear that whoever this person is, they're watching our reports, because the email also makes a reference to, oh, the FBI thinks I'm a female. They don't say yay or nay, they just make a reference to that to make it clear they've been watching our reports.
All right, Charles Laudabaudiere, thank you so much for that latest update on this case that continues
One more thing I
Sure.
should tell you, Elizabeth. After Harvey posted that video saying, hey, send us a photo, send us a screen grab so we know that this isn't,
This
all
is for
made
real.
up.
Mm-hmm.
They saw that social media post and sent another email saying
Yeah, so why do you think they picked crypto then? Do you think that's just all bogus, the whole thing? Because that's one of the things we talked about originally, that that the person went there to abduct and kill. Like, this is the nut job theory is this one. That the person went there to abduct and kill Nancy Guthrie, either by some personal thing he had regarding Savannah, or just knowing that she's the mother of a famous person, and was like an arsonist to a fire, where he just did all these crazy things and then pretending that it was for ransom and did all these, like sends a ransom note in there just to get communication going. And then they stopped communication, but for some reason felt like they needed to in the second one to sort of alleviate the guilt that maybe Savannah felt somehow. But like that would all just be for show, and that they literally went there and killed her. What? I don't know what that means. Sounds like a movie, someone that watches too much Netflix. Yeah, all this, that's what I was actually thinking today, how the secondary, this other person that just keeps sending messages, it just sounds so ludicrous. But you never know, man, you never know.
the reason they are not going to do that, and they haven't done it, is because anything they send will have metadata, which could then possibly lead to them being found. They don't want any trace that we or the police could use to locate them.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below.
All right, well, anyways, that's pretty much all of the sort of like the latest stuff on that. Yeah. I mean, I guess at this point, see that they've done a good job, whoever these people are. However you look at it, they made it difficult to determine exactly like what the motive was, you know. That's the thing. So, you know, either way, it's like, even if it's the nut job theory, just a psychopath looking to kill and create a lot of excitement and just sort of live and feel excited about watching people get upset, etc. That would be the nut job theory. And then all the ransom ransom notes were just done as part of, just part of it to create communication and story. Look at right now, for example. I mean, I don't know. So this new stuff isn't related to the first two kidnapping letters. But like, look at how much benefit they're getting now. The original kidnappers are getting so much more attention because other people this other person's trying to get money too. I don't know. The two ransom notes were submitted via no, they weren't. The first one was sent to TMZ. The second one was, and the two news outlets. The second one was sent to KOLD. were submitted via TMZ and Tucson news station via their website contact or comment section, which evaded tracking, but the other set were TMZ were emails. Well, they weren't traceable, though. They weren't able to do it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we just said, Cindy. I just said that exact sentence that you just said. Yeah, I don't know if you do that on purpose or not. It's weird. Yeah. Yeah, well, nut job theory is that one, and it's always been the same for me, except I have a little bit more weight on the ransom now, knowing more about what was in them and stuff. But I have more, I was like 60-40 nut job versus ransom gone wrong, and now it's like switched, 60-40 the other one. But it's weird. As soon as you try to make an argument for the other one, you get people that get almost indignant. It's crazy. It's just, that's the part that's bothersome, Yeah, well, TMZ is like a nationally known tabloid source, so maybe they thought they would put it out there. And, like the news stations wouldn't put it out. Maybe, and I don't know, maybe he sent it to the news first and he didn't hear anything, but he knew sending it to TMZ, it would get out there. But anyways. All right, well, hell, let's do the call-ins. I guess if Raven calls in, we have to switch it over to the StreamYard. Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't agree all the time on here, Bengal Cat. It just seems like sometimes you disagree for the sake of disagreeing instead of really thinking through it. It's like sometimes there's things that just, it makes more sense, Let's see. Get it out of the way. All right. Let's see. Where the heck is it? That's not what I use. Oh yeah. Okay. I think that'll it. I think I'd have to turn off my audio. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. People are going to be calling in, but I need your guys' support, you guys. I just mentioned it a minute ago, and it didn't move. All right, we're way behind again tonight because the people that are always here aren't here. The ones that are always supporting the channel, other than Wild Bill Wassman. So if you guys have the ability to, that would be great. Thanks. We have our donation night coming up in 4 days now. Yesterday we had 17 crappy days this month. It made up for 2 of them. Oh wait, hold on, I gotta turn this off. All right, hey, can you hear me?
Yep, can you hear me?
But it's not echoing?
No, sounds good.
Okay, cool. How's it going out there?
Yeah, surviving. No, not too bad. I've got a operation coming up on the 7th. Well, I guess it'll be the 8th of July, so hopefully I'll wake up from that, but we'll see what happens.
Well, what is that, a bad one, or is it
as you get older, as a male, you've got to have something stuck up your butt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh, you mean you're getting a colonoscopy?
Yeah.
Those are great. You show up in there, and all it is this. They say, All right, we're ready to begin. We're done. That's there. I bet you're when you're finished, it won't bother you at all. Yeah.
No, I'm category 1 though, so it kind of worries me how quick they got me in to get this done. Like
Oh, they tested. They found something in there, or like a
no,
test?
like this is the first one, but when I went to the chick at the hospital, she said she has to get me in there ASAP. So I'm one of those people. I won't be able to relax until I fucking know.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, that's crazy.
So but I'm 40, but bowel cancer rates have been rising in people under the age of 50 down to 40 now. So I think it's just, who knows.
Yeah, he told me, I just went in, because I have to have another one in August, and they just say that, if they go in there and find polyps, they remove the polyps, because they're really slow growing, and they, if you don't have them removed, like 20 years from then, they might turn into something. But if you remove them, it's just, it's like mowing the grass or something. They don't come back for a long time. And then after like 60 years old or 70, or there's some kind of age where they don't check anymore because you're not going to live past the time that it would take to grow, Yeah. Anyway.
I've got a family history of it too, but it's more just, I don't know, I have to leave the cat. Because I got to stay overnight because I don't really have anyone that can pick me up or anything. So staying at the hospital overnight is going to suck. Like those places suck. But,
they're pillow. Everything sucks. All right, go ahead. What is it? What do we got?
Yeah, well, it's like, I'm sorry if I offended you, but I'm not one of those people that would just be like, yeah, great, I totally believe the ransom. To me, the ransom, it's just like, if you look the psychology behind what this whole thing's been about, and I've never sort of thought it was a ransom gone wrong, because like I've tried to explain, the crypto thing makes zero sense. Like, it's not what some people think it is. I think Hollywood sort of made it out to be something like, you can have an address. As soon as you put money in that address, you've got to like send it somewhere, and you can literally track, like you or I could track the money, right? Because it gets sent from one address to another address to another address, and eventually it has to be like, if you want to use the money, it's got to either go to an exchange, which is where you have to provide ID, like in the States, or you can maybe send it to a country where you don't have to provide ID, but you look at how many people have been prosecuted for scams or Bitcoin crimes, or, it's not what people think it is. So to me, that is the sort of red herring. And the language of the second one is just designed to just confuse. Like, why would they use the term we, and all of a sudden it's more than one person?
Well, they said we in both of the first and the second, though. I mean, so it could have just been we. I said that on a show the other day, that maybe we was thrown in there to throw people off, to make it look like there's more than one person, and so they'd be looking for something else.
And I agree with that. And that's why I was sort of, yesterday during your live, I was sort of like, when you were saying I'm more leaning towards the ransom thing, I was like, but why? Like, it's just so complicated, and like, they're so rare. They're so very rare in America. Like, I know they're
well, one of the reasons was because of the like, you had to jump in and quickly say, oh, maybe it's a scanner, but the shape of that antenna, there's hardly any scanners that have that, just a singular cylindrical shape. They always have a narrowing thing. So the thing is, when you went with, like, when there's we twice, and then it looks like a walkie-talkie in the pocket, then you could see and that making it much easier to control the person once you get them in the car, plus being able to move the vehicle and also serve as a watch outside. So first you wait the 20 minutes after you remove the camera. You wait the 20 minutes, but then once you decide to go in the home, it'd be way better to have somebody outside. They could then radio and say, hey, somebody's coming, and then you go boom, you're out that back door really quick. So it's like, so if there's a secondary person, they would be able to communicate with a walkie-talkie, and then right when you're about to take Nancy out of the home, you just radio over and say, hey, pull the car up, and right there in the front, exactly where they exited, and then the car is there for a minute instead of 10 or 15 or 20 minutes. So I mean, there's some stuff that makes a hell of a lot of sense, you know, about
No, I'm with you. But before I put that message in, I made sure to like have a look. And if you look at, there's a Uniden scanner that does have the single one. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to try and actually measure. It'd be very hard, but if you could kind of measure the length of the antenna, which is very hard because
I remember I looked at the Uniden one is one that I looked at. I mean, that is one that we thought, okay, maybe that one, you know, because it does, it gets narrow. Like I'll show it on the screen, you know, like right over here. I mean, it does about halfway up. It gets narrow, and there is that one time where it seems to go really high up in that. I don't. You probably can't see it, but remember when you know that one screenshot where it's let's see, which one is it? Is it this one? I'm just putting it on the
I tried to zoom in yesterday, but it's hard on mobile.
I think it's this one. Yeah, it's right here. So if I zoom in, I think you can see it really high right there on the screen. But then the hand goes up, and then it's sort of lower now into the pocket. So maybe it does go way up higher there, and then kind of falls down, and then that might indicate that it was much longer. You know, and maybe it would be a scanner, and then he could listen by himself. You know,
what doesn't make sense to me, like in proving my own theory wrong, is that a scanner would be quite loud, surely, and at that time, if you're trying to listen to a scanner, you're hearing that.
Yeah, like like that. Yeah, there you go.
You know, so you're trying to be super, and then so I always try and prove my own theories wrong, is because Occam's razor, right? But it's almost like the length of the antenna is very important because, as you know, it's the frequency, it's the megahertz, and they're very different. So the scanner ones are more sort of omni, you know, they're a wide range, whereas the other ones are more like different sort of sizes will do different things to walkie-talkie. The 2.4 gigahertz or 400 megahertz, 900, whatever it is. But that would probably drive you insane to try and get the exact measurement because you'd never get it exact to make a definitive definition. But when you put everything together, to me, and you're right, if it's two people doing it, it's most likely Ransom, right? But if it's still the one person, to me, it just... I don't know. It just screams.
Well, no, yeah. If it's just one person, yeah, no, I would agree that if we can prove that it's one person, that's where the crux of the whole thing is. If it's one person, then all the other stuff is bullshit, right? Because he says we, and he's trying to make it look okay. There's more people. Look for more than one, and you're just trying to throw people off by talking about that it was a ransom, and they're spending all this time digging around. And, you know, maybe he did set up a crypto account, but he knows that they can't track it unless he takes something out of it. So he sets it up like it's legit, and he never touches it again. You know?
Yep.
They put money in there, and they couldn't track that when it showed up, but that's not when it's vulnerable, right? It's when the person literally takes the money out of it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they call it tickling the wire, and that sort of, they were hoping, it's... To me, it's just, I don't know, it doesn't feel... And then the language of the second one, to me, I think I mentioned it, like someone that careful isn't going to write in his own language, to me, or his or her, their own language in a ransom letter, because that is when you can be given away, because you might have certain speech patterns, or someone says, he or she says that. So to me, they ran it through, they had a message they wanted to say, and they ran it through AI or a thesaurus or something, because that buried in nature. And what's the other, not my condolences, the other, she's perished, you know, like that's just like, she's dead. Or to me, it's like him purposely trying to be, you know, it just, I mean,
maybe there was, we've also talked about, maybe there's like two people that were just sort of, maybe they're nut jobs. I mean, like as a group, you know, they're just, but usually there's only one, right?
Yeah.
The one obsessed stalker type, you
Lone
know,
wolf.
and I guess that's sort of where it's weird. I mean, like I've said a million times, there's only evidence that there's one person that, that you see, right? You only see one person, and every single element of the case can be done by one person. That's the thing. Now, one person would mean that the car is there a little longer than maybe you'd want, but not way longer, because if you tied her up inside the home, for example, and then, I mean, my original theory was that they pulled the car around at about 2:08, went around the back, 2:12, they enter the home, and then by 2:28, they're exiting with her. But the other one actually makes a little bit more sense, that they tied her up to go get it, because that explains there's too much time in the house, right? 2:12 to 2:28, 16 minutes. Why does it take 16 minutes to get her out of there? Well, what you do is you tie her up in the house. You keep the back and the door open and so forth, just in case when you come back. But then you walk out of the house, out the front door even, because there's no camera there anymore. You go get the car, and you slowly drive it around, and you move it up. That probably kills 5, 6, 7 minutes just to go get it from where you had it. And then you maybe untie her, whatever, and then you get back out the front door and put her in the car and leave.
Yeah.
But it's also hard to control one person by yourself in a car, even with a gun, you know. It's a little harder. It's way easier with another person, you know.
That's why I always thought it was, like a minivan or something like that. So he's in the front by himself. She's not like in the passenger seat or something. That's when he would have tied her hands and bound her feet, put her in the back of a van or something has blacked out windows. So when you're driving around at even 3 or 4 a.m., if you happen to get pulled over, I guess, as long as they don't search the back, you're fine. And she's screaming her head off. But no, I think if it's one, he would have had her controlled by just being tied up in the back of something, back of a van. But the other thing I was going to say is you're right. Like, it's crazy to me that everyone's repeating the fact, that message means that she wasn't, that she was definitely dead, this Savannah thing, because as soon as she said but people back then were talking about it, so it's almost like they're saying it just to get more views and hoping people don't remember that.
I mean, there were some people saying it, but like when we first played it, it was like I interpreted it as like a cryptic, her saying it in a way that absolutely implied that Nancy wasn't alive. You know? I mean,
the whole it was celebrate with her.
Like with her. Yeah, but whenever I bring it up, you'd have hordes of people disagreeing with me, saying shit like, "Oh, no way, man! She's really just saying that she wants her back. There's no way that she thinks she's dead at this point. She just wants her back, and and it's like, what do you mean, man? It was
so obvious.
Yeah, that's the thing. I know.
But I'm a language. I gotta forget. Like, I'm a language freak. I love. My job is phone sales, and like I kind of psychologically have to place my language in a certain way that gets me the sale. Not ethically, by the way. I'm not a prick. So to me, that stuff's really obvious. But I also I'm single. I don't have I spend a lot of time watching detective interrogations, like theory videos about it, and I love that stuff. So like, you were super right, but I don't know. I think it's more interesting for those channels to play dumb and make it seem like she's still alive.
No, but I think there's some that are literally saying it like they didn't know, man. They're like sitting around. I mean, I don't know if they're pretending, but I've seen some that like literally, and they didn't say those things back then. That's the thing. And like, it was weird to hear Harvey. Like Harvey, it's strange that he's literally saying, like, he's doing that too. Like, whoa, look at this, man. Looks like this letter means that explains what Savannah was saying in that second one that didn't make sense to us. Well, what do you mean it didn't make sense to you?
That's exploiting for beauty. Like, the unfortunate thing is, like, with the dissolution of mainstream media, and you're getting all these people starting channels and like getting into true crime. It's just they're dumbing down the entire genre, unfortunately.
Yeah,
which is
sucks.
it's kind of frustrating because
Well, it's frustrating for me because I won't pretend. Like I already talked about it. Like on February 7th, I determined that. So it's like now I'm not going to talk about it as if it's new. I would just say, yeah, this is exactly what we were saying 5 months ago. That's it. You know, there isn't like, wow, you guys, look, holy crap. Now we know what she was saying when, what do you mean? We already knew that. We actually said that she got another ransom note that said, that let her know that she was not alive. And she's saying, I understand now. Right? And I think that was crafted by the FBI. And it was done in a way to make sure it was sort of cryptic enough so that we, you know, that some people wouldn't understand what the hell it meant. Yeah.
There's still something off about it, or like the way Savannah's sort of acting now, even her last message, you know, on the Today Show or whatever it was, like it's just something weird still. Like, I don't know, because they know she's dead, right? But at the same time, they can't have peace until her body's found. That person is never gonna, even if they'd offered 10 million, there's no way, because they don't want to get caught, that they were going to give the body up, because there's just evidence up the ass. Like, even having to, all of a sudden they get a place, they get all that information about where it was buried or wherever she is. Like, then you can start tracing times and people and cars and evidence, fibers, DNA. There's no way anyone's ever going to give it up, ever, if they don't want to get caught, you know.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, you're going to leave a treasure trove on the body when they recover it. You know, what you wrapped her in, probably, you know, whatever the hell it was. It's so you're not going to say it. So I think if we go with the ransom route, or you know that the second note has some truth to it, then you know they're not going to ever reply after that. They were just saying, you know, like if you want to look at it a certain way, I would think that, let's say it was a ransom gone wrong, and then they're just saying, hey, they felt bad that she died. They didn't mean for her to die. They just wanted to get the money. And so then they're letting Savannah and the siblings and the family know that nothing they could have done would have helped. Even if you had sent the money in with our first ransom demand, she was already dead, you know?
Yeah.
That's basically what they're saying. And then also, you know, like, she's buried in nature, and that's all we can do for you. Goodbye. You know, they're not going to ever come forward.
Oh, no.
So hopefully, you know, so you almost hope this random idiot on Harvey's thing is real. just because that's really almost like, at that point, one of the only hopes you have, unless you catch the original people. Somehow.
Yeah, and I've never thought any of the other ones were real. Like, it's sort of, even at the beginning when they were alluding to the first two being real, and the way Savannah replied to them, it's sort of, you had to believe that those were real. But then all those other ones, I just scammers.
I'm just hoping that guy. Let's just hope that one of them. There was a bunch of ones that they caught, and you know, not a bunch, but the one that they arrested and everything. But this one, you know, they haven't arrested him, and you know, I guess you just have to sort of hope that somehow he's legit, but it doesn't sound legit at all. I mean, it's so dumb that he doesn't just say, listen, I'll come forward if you can give me protection, but I want to get the $1 million, you know, because he'd win the $1 million and he'd be safe. Yeah. You know, instead he wants 60,000 so you can tell him where a phone is hey, listen, I promise, man, once I get the money, I'll call you up and tell you what the password is, all right? Yeah.
$60,000 too? Are you really risking that for 60 grand? And then then it's like, just to me, it's crazy to me. Like, I agree that the first two were sent from a private server. Whoever that person is has really high levels of IT to not be caught. But I don't get how they can't trace this other idiot who sent emails. Like, emails are way easier. So you could maybe even argue that this is the same person, just doing it a different way, just to effort. Because how is this other person not being caught? if they only want 60 grand. I don't, that bit, I can't get my head around that part. How they haven't traced these other emails,
Yeah. It's crazy.
But the level of IT knowledge to not be caught by the frickin' FBI, and even sending it to those, like the way those media outlets work for anonymity, is that you send it using, you put your name and blah, blah, blah in a little form, and you can stay anonymous. And then the only reason they know the two are linked is because they put the same Bitcoin address that hadn't been released.
Yeah, what if you forget to hit the anonymous button?
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. It's sort of like when I do donations sometimes, it defaults to monthly, So I've donated money, and all of a sudden it says, "Oh, wow, you got me hooked up for next month." I have to call over and remove it from monthly.
Yes, but I mean the whole thing is still. That's why we're all still talking about it, right? It's still so crazy, and I guess it's good that it's been, because it did fall off for a while there. But it also sucks.
I wonder if something's happening. It just seems kind of strange that everything's this big stuff right now. Or is it just sort of like anything became huge because it's something? Like it's just, there hasn't been any new news, so you just say one little thing, and oh my God, because everybody's like, there's 97 live streams today about Harvey's new email from some weirdo trying to get $60,000.
He must be loving it, man. This is because they're TMZ's reframing themselves. They were a tabloid paparazzi frickin' thing for years, and now they're reframing themselves as like the head of this American true crime journalism. It's kind of depressing, really, but because they're talking about a lot more proper news stories and politics, and not just frickin' Britney Spears shaving her head. That's what TMZ used to be. It's just tabloid journalism for celebrities, really.
Yeah.
But mainstream media is dead, and you look at all these other true crime stations of like ex-media people. It's kind of depressing. It's like you said,
that's what makes it really tough. That's what makes it tough to, you got all these guys that came from the media. Now they have YouTube channels, and they just sort of suck in every single viewer as if they have a better way of thinking, and they don't. They usually they can't think their way out of a shoebox, but everybody wants to sit there and go, ooh, 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 look at this, ooh, ooh, ooh. And then, they bring these guests on that they're on every single channel over and over and over ad nauseum, saying the same thing every single place that they go. I mean, it's amazing, like the same guests on every single one of these channels. Have you noticed that? It's crazy.
And
it's crazy.
I still hear them talking about stuff like, "Oh, I think she was taken out the back." So what are you talking about? With the expirated blood, you freaking idiot! Like,
yeah, we've already talked about
misinformation, and like it's like they barely sort of know the case, and then they get paid probably 20 grand to go on and talk about this. It's just
it's weird. Yeah, it's weird when you hear them say something that factually is not true.
Yeah,
and they just sit there and they discuss it for 10 minutes. Like, wow, hey, that's a really good thought. Out the back, that's why they propped those doors open. Wow. Well, hey, how come her blood was at the front door and then all the way down to the steps leading to the driveway there?
Yeah, to where the
I don't know. Maybe she tried to escape and ran back in, and then they. Oh wow! I mean,
well, the blood was staged. Jeez, Louise.
Yeah, I've heard that one. The blood was.
And all it does, how do those people sleep at night? Because no offense, this 84-year-old woman, it's a freaking nightmare come true, right? Doesn't matter who she's, celebrity or not. No one would want that for their grandmother or mother or sister or auntie. And then to not be able to solve it, because the way you solve it is by getting, like you do, get accurate information, work through it. What are the best theories that make sense? And maybe you get kind of closer. But with all this other S word, it just... It's annoying. The only other thing I thought potentially, because the whole backpack, what was in the backpack, I thought potentially they might have dressed Nancy up in like something to protect her from leaving fibers or something. And the only reason I had that theory is I've been looking at a serial killer from Australia recently, Mr. Cruel, and he was a nutter, but he literally used garbage bags to cover this girl, and he ended up releasing her. He killed ones later on, but he completely covered her head to toe in a garbage bag. And then they absolutely had no forensics on him at all, like nothing. But it's like someone that careful, the way that the porch guy was. I know you don't like that term, but porch guy was, and hiding his identity, covering the camera, doing all that kind of stuff. It just makes sense that he might have also tried to limit the evidence on Nancy, but especially if he's using his car, like his own personal car. So it's hard to explain what was in the backpack, right? Like what was the
people want to know. I thought we did a whole show on the backpack one time. I can't remember. Just guessing what was in there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just pure luck.
Yeah.
Wondering
change of clothes for himself, but why would you take that inside? Why would you wear that backpack inside? I thought about that.
Yeah, or some kind of like something to. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, or it could just be stuff he may have needed or something, but didn't.
Well, yeah. I also thought maybe if he half got caught, he could run out the back, like you said, run out the back door, and he's got like something to survive with. Like he's got a backpack on, and he can like change his clothes and then go somewhere else. But I still think that she's local. I don't think she's buried in Mexico or something.
Yeah, that seems so cliche, the whole Mexico thing.
Yeah, and remember that broke about 2 weeks ago? Something about them looking, and they found 25 unidentified other bodies, and that's from the cartel. But
yeah, well, that's what they. I don't think they found 25 bodies. They said, "Hey, we found 25 unmarked graves." But it's like a grave would require a body. And I'll tell you this, if that little group had gone out and they found 25 bodies, that would be such a big story. That story would be huge. Like, it would have been all over the place. But nobody talks about there was bodies. They just claimed that something was an unmarked grave. I mean, I don't really... Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I think if there was 25 bodies they found, that would be the story. Not... Wow, when this group was looking out there, they found 25 unmarked graves, and they didn't find Nancy, though. So, and then they're wondering about, and it's like, wow, what do you mean? Well, don't stop. Let's stop at the 25 bodies they found, okay? Because that's pretty big.
I just figured that was like normal cartel stuff. I was like, oh, okay. I kind of brushed it off like, well, the way the cartel are, you could kind of think of 25 graves being a normal kind of thing, which sucks, but... it's like a different place over there, but it's at least the case is getting more attention again. But something still feels off, and I can't prove that the ransom thing's not right. It's just in my gut after being a true crime nut for so long, and like you're learning from the best, Gray. Like you freaking taught us well, to just Occam's razor. The crypto thing to me is the biggest. Like it was never going to work, and even if you release her. And you get the money, and you do releasing her is just going to be so
how long
risky.
does it take? Let's say you have a crypto. They don't know where it is, right? I mean, so it could be anywhere, right? Mm-hmm. The actual, I mean, I guess when I say anywhere, it's online. I mean, but when you retrieve the money, how do you get somebody right there when they're retrieving the money quick? You know what I mean? Like to that location. I mean, let's say they're in Peru when they withdraw the money from the crypto account. Mm-hmm. How does the FBI just immediately, I guess they have to take it out and then transfer it somewhere. Maybe they send it to a Swiss bank account or some shit like that really quick, and then boom. I don't know. How do you get to the person, even if they are taking it out and transferring it?
I'm with you. It's like if you sign up to anything in the States, you've got to use ID, so Coinbase or whatever it is, to get it to change it from crypto to fiat, like to actual currency. In most Western countries, you have to have provided ID because like the money, you can't get money. Monero was one where you could kind of get cash, but then that one was, it's gone as well. So to get the cash that's usable, and which eventually you do need to do, unless you just live off crypto your whole life, which is possible, sort of. They've caught so many people who have scammed Bitcoin, and then eventually they get greedy and they want to send it to an exchange.
Okay, but what if they kept it as Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Does that mean that you can't still... well, let's say they use the wallet to buy something in the future. Doesn't that show who it is somewhere?
Eventually, unless they... eventually it has to land somewhere where you have to have show an ID to get money out to a bank account. Unless you just happen to use, but as soon as you use, let's say, that wallet and that Bitcoin that's in that wallet to buy something, there's places where you can pay with Bitcoin, pay with crypto, you're then going to be tracked. And then you'd be like, oh, well, they used that wallet at that store at that time.
And take the surveillance camera out or something. And you could see, oh, there they were right there. They were standing there. They bought the Lamborghini.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
It just, to me, it seems more like, and then the second message was just designed to say, hey, Savannah, by the way, you know how you guys thought that maybe she was alive? Well, yeah, she's dead. Totally not, by the way. She's dead. She's with nature. So take all that hope you had and flush it down the toilet because Nancy's dead, And that's
well,
when they were just devastated.
but you're leaving out the part where they said, and nothing you could have done would have helped, because meaning that your ransom wouldn't have been in time anyways. So don't feel bad about not sending that in. Now, so why would you put that in there? So that's the counter to what you said.
No, you're right. I guess if you're obsessed with Savannah, you would feel like I don't know. You're right.
Well, I'm just got to throw the other side out, because what you're saying is that is what you. Oh man, he's trying to really rub it in. Look at that, man. She's buried out in the desert somewhere, buried with nature. They said though.
Yeah,
but
I guess that's power, isn't it? Over them, you've still got that. You give her a bit of hope, and you're like, yeah. So whoever's done it is a psycho, no matter what, I suppose. So. That's why I just don't think. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that they feel guilty, yet they were happy enough to kidnap an 84-year-old woman and rip her out of her home with a.
Well, because I know that's what everybody keeps saying, but I don't agree at all. I mean, I think it's like, let's say you're abducting. You're not a great person if you're abducting an 84-year-old person out, but if your true intention was to just get money. Yeah. And you didn't want to kill anybody, and then maybe after you abducted, you were like, "Oh man, shit, she's 80, she's frail and stuff," and you might actually have felt bad that she died, because that's not what you were ever going to do. You just wanted to get the money, let her go, and leave, and you didn't want to kill anybody. Now, everybody though in the true crime world they hate when you come up with something like that, because they need to go, oh, these guys are the freaking nutty, the wackiest bastards in the world. They're crazy. And it's like, I don't know what they are, but I'm trying to come up with something. Like, why did they write that second one when it was really, in reality, isn't needed to be sent in at all? It almost as if they sent it. Weirdly, the second one got almost no publication at all. That was just, all we got was the Instagram response to it. They didn't make it to TMZ. They didn't talk about it over there. So the second one, there's no reason to send it other than to say, shit, she died. We didn't mean for her to die. I think it was her heart. And, they could have got the heart information from the media. Everybody was talking about she didn't have her meds for her heart minute, So I don't know exactly where that came from. It just seems like the most sort of natural way that second one was sent out was to literally as some sort of a comfort, some attempt at comfort to say, hey, she died, and we buried her in nature, and listen, it's not your fault, Savannah. Even if you had sent the money, she wouldn't have lived. She was already dead.
I didn't think about it that way. I guess because humans are so unpredictable that in my mind, I'm just thinking, this guy wants to screw Savannah over, didn't really think about it too much that they might feel guilty about killing the mother. Yeah.
Well, it's just kind of weird, right? Because that's why I am in that zone where I'm at. Like, this new information, like the precise wording, like we already thought it was a ransom note, and that said that she was dead. But now we see the wording, and now there's that that extra stuff that we didn't know about, where it seems like there's comforting attempts in there. So you sort of combine all that stuff, and then it starts changing, the Occam's razor percentages. That's the thing. Like, I still don't know if it's a psycho killer or a ransom gone wrong that had more than one person in it, and those are the two that I just keep wavering around. But I definitely have put more points into the ransom gone wrong since the details of the second one came out.
Yeah,
just because there's extra stuff in it. That's it.
Yeah, and you're right. If it's a walkie-talkie plus the extra stuff,
the wheeze, the walkie-talkie, the wheeze, and the second letter, that makes sense, because once you realize it's a ransom gone wrong, once you say that, then who are these people that would, in the U.S. that might abduct somebody for ransom, and it went wrong? Do they necessarily want to? I mean, what if it was like a 25-year-old guy and the girlfriend, and they're like, hey, let's see if we can, and they started doing this, and the girl's driving the vehicle, she's the lookout, she's the other end of the walkie-talkie, and she's the one that hears and pulls up and stuff, and then they're like, she's like, I didn't want her to die, Jesus, man, shit. So they took that 1 second risk to send the second one, just to say, hey, we didn't realize her, I'm just trying to explain it.
No, I'm with you. No, that's not a bad theory, because then you got to think two people in a conspiracy makes it so much harder to hide, but someone in a couple, you have that trust level. I don't mind that, actually. I know you can't just
Bonnie and Clyde.
you watch tomorrow. There's going to be like, hey, it was a couple that.
yeah. That's you want to bet? How much you want to bet? That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. It's just so, but maybe that's the whole point, right? This person, if it is one, they're just so advanced in just deception that we're all questioning, sitting here going, well, he said we, and we got this and that, and then it's just so hard to discern.
Yeah,
because
it's like walkie-talkie, the logistics of the vehicle, the second ransom note. Those are all like pretty strong indicators, right? But if you can tell me that that's a scanner, you can tell me that it was. See, here's the thing: is like the ransom notes are ransom notes. We can say that they had ulterior motives when they wrote them to support a theory, but what's more likely? I guess it's like you look at them like, okay, they're just fake notes, or these are just notes, and this is really what they're saying, and you look at it like that, and then that fits the walkie-talkie, the we comments. See, the ransom notes, because the first ransom note was, hey, we want, this is to Savannah. We're looking for $4 million. We have her. I'm wondering though, like, when did they send? Because the first ransom note was on the 2nd. That's when it came out. So was Savannah still alive like throughout the night? And then did she die just like you would think she died after they sent the first note? Just barely though, a few hours later or something, she dies. And now they're in this weird, shitty place because they got a response
prove.
probably that said, "Hey, give us proof," right? And then they don't have the ability to do so.
Yeah, and that's why there was a delay. Because some people say, to try and disprove the ransom thing, like, why didn't they have a message at the house, or why didn't they send it the first one faster? But I guess you could argue that they want to get her somewhere safe first, and then send the message when they know they've got her, and then she, let's say, like, died, and all of a sudden now, when Savannah's like, "Yep, we'll send you the money, just prove that she's alive," and that she's dead, you're like, "Oh, fuck." Best laid plans. One last thing I was going to say, it's interesting you said yesterday, maybe just off the cuff, but you said, "Oh, it seems feminine to me." Like the second mess kind of seems feminine. And I've seen
the way the wording
people,
is, the way the wording,
Yeah, like a few people have had that intuition, and if it's not just run through AI, like I was kind of thinking maybe someone would do, maybe you're right, maybe it is.
Well, the weird part is I remember when it first came out, I go, "That's just such a weird thing to say." I don't know if I necessarily thought it was feminine and that
You said the
time,
term oh, I said sorry.
But I heard other people, like, I think it was, I don't know, I don't remember what the genesis of my, me thinking maybe that was feminine. I think it came from, there was other people, I don't know if it was, what was it? Did we already hear? Because it's Harvey said that they said that maybe it was a female, but I don't know if that's the other person though, the one that keeps continually talking to.
Okay, not the second message one.
No, yeah, he's referring to the one that he keeps talking to as a female, the one that he's talked to like 15 times. Yeah, I had to watch that like 3 times to figure out who the hell he was talking about. But yeah, I think I've heard other people think that it's like, I think Megyn Kelly, they had a guest on, and she said
it was,
yeah, she said it sounded like a female, something like that. The way the word.
No, I remember, because when I heard that, and then I'd also heard you say it, because I watched your one yesterday, or whenever, I think it was yesterday, and then I watched the Megyn Kelly, because I try and watch as much as I can to, I was like, oh, interesting. They both Gray and this other person have had that same sort of thought. And when you just like that intuition just comes out and you just said it sort of off the cuff, not really. That's generally when you get the best stuff, Yeah,
I mean, I think it was kind of like when they said, just the way to word it, like buried in nature. How many do guys talk like that too much?
No.
It's like, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, I could see a woman saying, "Hey, we buried her in nature," kind of but a guy, they're not going to say that. They wouldn't probably mention they buried her.
No, and it's a weird thing. Like, it is a thing. I did a search on buried in nature on Google, and it is something where some people will get buried and not be embalmed, and they'll be in a wooden casket, and it's like an eco death, eco funeral, whatever. So you break down quicker.
I think what it was hold on a second. So it was on, I think ChatGPT yesterday was talking about, where was that part? I just want to see if it's in here. Female writer, you've proposed one offender being female. I put that out there as an option. And it says, I don't think we can reliably determine the gender. And then let me move it down. But it does say it doesn't, I don't know. I mean, what ChatGPT isn't gonna, think any better than anybody else. I mean, like, I always have to correct ChatGPT all the time.
Oh, ChatGPT is like I know it's AI's AI, but if you look at some of the other ones now, so much more advanced, and they got way more ability to think. I still think, like I mentioned to you in an email, there has to be a true crime specific AI like that. They're doing that with lawyer AIs or doctor AIs. You make it quite specific, so you take out all the other bullshit that distracts it, and you give it an actual direction. Imagine having a true crime AI that was fed every single case and solving of the case and evidence over the human history, and that's all it had, plus other general knowledge. It would be so much cleaner for doing what you guys do.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
having like
ChatGPT gets better. It's gotten better and better and better. Like they always have these updates where it seems like their logic is better. It's just sometimes they don't take account of something, and then I have to say, hey, you forgot this, and they go, absolutely right. What I should have said was, it's like, okay, well, why didn't you say it the first time? Because you're a computer, for God's sakes, and I gave you that piece of information.
Well, you've heard of that car wash conundrum that a lot of them fail on. It's like, hey, I'm going to go to the car wash. Should I drive or should I walk? And most of the AIs will be like, well, if it's only, and you say it's 500 meters away, they go, well, you should walk down to the car wash. It's like, but what? Without the car? You freaking idiot. So, like, a lot of the AIs are dumb. Like, they don't have that reasoning yet, But there's that new one from Atlassian, whatever it is, Fable something or other, that got banned in the US. That thing is scary good. Scary good. But that's sort of why it got banned, too. I think they unbanned it now.
I can't remember who told me it was like a joke. What was it? Something about... I'm not sure if it was Jason Bourne or somebody told it to me. No, wait. I think it was Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick. I was just talking to her the other day. It was... what was it? Oh, yeah. Like there was this dumb lady or something, or, somebody didn't know something, and was who's that name of that? Who's the baseball? Lou Gehrig, right? Like they said, yeah, hey, there's this guy named. Have you heard of Lou Gehrig? And she said no. And he goes, yeah, well, Lou Gehrig died or something. And then she goes, of what? And then he goes, the Lou Gehrig disease. And she said, wow, what are the odds? Like, whoa, like what are the odds that Lou Gehrig died of Lou Gehrig disease?
Yeah.
Well, because that's what it was named after, I don't know, it's pretty funny.
I remember that's from something. I've seen that somewhere before.
But ChatGPT would probably get that wrong. That's the kind of errors that it makes, I guess.
Lots of little things. Like if you ask it to count to 200, it'd be like, okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. And there's a guy on YouTube who's just, he took like a month and he was doing it every day and it still couldn't do it. It just was unable to keep counting to 200. It would just meander or stop or...
Well, probably,
but it is interesting.
Probably makes it more natural then, right? Because it's like somebody who, our minds start thinking about something else.
Yeah.
When we're counting, we start daydreaming about something. Sometimes it's creepy, Like I've had moments of creepiness with ChatGPT, where I'm just like, how the hell do you know that? What?
Some things it's amazing with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the other day when like you said, you like, and then it kept going, wow, you're right. Of course that doesn't make sense. Here's the actual answer. It's like, why didn't you just give me that answer to begin with? You goddamn stupid robot.
Mm-hmm. And it's always, and sometimes it like comes up with stuff that's, I mean, I've had it come up with like really sort of interesting thoughts and stuff. A lot of times it's more, I might think, oh, that's interesting because it says exactly what we were saying. So I guess we're like robots, when you use Occam's razor, you're basically a robot, right? I mean, you're mimicking ChatGPT. That's probably what it's going to come up with. I don't know. So anyways.
No, well, it's interesting. And okay, it was a good chat. I definitely am more on your side with the ransom thing now. In terms of them feeling guilty, I didn't repay that.
Well, it's just that the whole thing is murky. It's not like, oh, here's this, and this is what it is. That's what I was trying to say. That's why it was frustrating, because it's like, no way, it doesn't make sense. Well, kind of, if you put it together, like after we've had this conversation, it does have more sense. Like it doesn't not make sense is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get it.
Whatever the term
is. Being definitive. To me, it's like that kind of, maybe it's a difference of where I live. But so, I don't know, just to me, I was like, oh, didn't make sense to me with the ransom thing with the crypto. Is the more of the thing, I guess. I was thinking, just with how, I don't know, just yeah. But you're right. I was probably too set on it being a stalker, just because I don't know. To me, that makes more sense. But you're wrong. You're right. I shouldn't have said it that way.
Well, it's not
But-
bad, like something that you shouldn't say. It was just kind of like, oh man, I don't know, because I was like, my thing is I was the same way about 2 weeks ago on that. Like, oh yeah, no, yeah, this is a random psycho thing. But then when the stuff comes out, I can't ignore the stuff. So it's like, shit. Okay, now I'm not as certain as I was. Yeah, I
was going to say too, if you want to view farm, you just need to lean into the debunking thing again. It's like, even if it'll take a while, but go back and when that second one came out and everyone find the people who actually said the right stuff and said, oh yeah, well of course she's dead. That celebration of life, and you'll be able to disprove you'll be able to make a lot of people look stupid, especially if they back then said, oh yeah, she's dead, and then now they're saying, oh yeah, of course. I mean, I never thought about that, because Brian Enton's, he's amazing, but he's guilty of it too, like sort of playing dumb sometimes, just to get just to get the headline again.
Yeah,
because people's memories are pretty freaking short these days, so they kind of hope that people just don't remember that everyone's already said that.
I mean, I remember there were people that were saying stuff like, yeah, I think that's it's almost like she thinks that her mom's not alive, So there were some people saying that, and then there was other people, they just never even commented on it because they didn't know what to think about it. So there was a few people. I remember that. I don't remember who they were, but I remember people saying stuff like that.
It'd be pretty hard to, that'd be almost impossible to find. But yeah, I used to love debunking stuff, and that stuff does really well, usually in the algorithm. This theory debunked, if you want to get some long form views. But love your stuff, Gray. I won't blather on it. I'll talk to you all day otherwise. But
so
hopefully I'll wake up from that snake up my butt in about a week and a half, and we'll get to do this again.
But hey, but I'm telling you though, look at. I'm just to ease. The fact that they want you in there, that's the part that you're nervous about. But but the procedure is like, other than the crap that you have to drink, pardon the pun, to get rid of it, But then when you get there, you're just laying there. They put a little IV in there. You start feeling a little bit, just sort of a little bit light, or whatever the hell you call it. Then they bring you back there. You're sitting there, and I mean, this is literally how it goes. Honest to God, you're gonna go, God damn, Gray, you're right. It's gonna be like this. You're gonna go like this. Okay, hey, we're ready to begin. We're done. And you're gonna go, what the hell are you talking about? Because there was nothing. There isn't a dream. There isn't a damn thing when you're on that propofol in the middle. There's nothing. Like literally, there's like this 45 minutes. It's almost like they're lying to you. Because it's like how is that possible? What do you mean we're done? You just told me we're ready to begin. Now you're saying we're done. But you're sitting there and you're sort of, you're loopy for a little bit, and then eventually they just let you walk out of there.
Yeah.
But it's crazy though. There's no pain or anything, and you don't remember a damn thing, and there's just nothing.
Yeah, I just have to stop reading the bits about 4 in every 10,000 causes a perforation of the bowel. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah. Well, the thing is what they do is, I mean, I guess you can also have your stomach looked at, So I always ask, I say, hey, make sure you change the tube out though before you. I don't want. Never mind. It's just
the same one. No, have you seen that movie Idiocracy? Have you heard of Idiocracy?
No. I think I've heard of it.
It's a very good movie, and there's a part in there where he goes, they're all idiots, and they get this AI is like, okay, stick this one probe in your mouth, stick this one probe up your butt, and stick this other probe. And he's like, okay, and he sticks it in, and he's, oh no, wait, I mixed them up. And he has to give them back, and he like swaps them around. He's like, wait, he stuck this up my ass.
Yeah,
that's a great movie, by the way. But always good to talk to you guys, and you, Gray.
All right. Yeah, it's good to hear from you. You're gonna do great, man. When is it? When's it coming up?
On the 7th of July for me. So what's that, like this? I always forget.
6th. Well, hey, that's our first day of the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing. So maybe while you're sitting around at home, check in.
Oh no, I won't. Yeah, I'll be at the hospital basically all night, so I'll be able to have to distract myself with something. I'll have my headphones, so I don't have to hear the beep, beep, beep. All right, guys, take care. Hopefully this breaks the case, and yeah, just never.
All right,
that damn couple that did it. All right, bye.
Yeah.
Okay.
See ya. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
All right, Raven. All right. See, it's like Thanksgiving dinner, man. We're arguing and arguing. Hey, and then it's fine. But hey, how do we get the support for the channel up in here? Have you noticed that during the entire call, we had 0 super chats? And see, that's the problem we've seen. Whenever I do the call-in shows, that's why I almost avoid them, is because you guys just completely ignore supporting the channel. We are currently at $90, which is not even a third of just sort of the normal nightly goal to reach. So if you guys could please help support the channel, that would be awesome. Thank you. Let's see. And the reason I'm saying that, if you're new here, is my channel, over the years, we donate thousands of dollars each month, and it also allows me to survive as a channel. We're almost at $300,000. So any chance you guys, somebody can do some challenges or something, that would be great. Yeah, I've had 2. Wait, let's see. Yeah, 2 so far. This is going to be my 3rd coming up. In August, I got my 3rd one. Well, look at that. Jim Lawn has a challenge going. Oh my God, look at that. Somebody did a challenge. Unbelievable. We've got Jim Lawn. He says he's got 5 on it, meaning if 5 of you just donate 1 gifted membership, he'll match and do 5 by himself. That would be awesome. I don't know where Jason Bourne is. I don't know where he went. He seemed like he was excited about it, but he must have disappeared. That's kind of the same type of conversation, though, just sort of logically thinking through stuff. Did anybody see the challenge up there by Jim Lawn? Oh boy. Yeah, I saw that already. That guy. I don't really. I've seen that guy. He's the guy that's on there all the time, Lisa. He's on like every channel talking about this and this and this and he might be just. I don't know. He's retired. Okay. He's a retired FBI guy. I don't know. What do you mean? He's on like 50 different shows. I've seen him 100 times. He's on with John Kelly, the profiler. He's all over the place. That guy. I guess we could throw it out there, but can we please do the challenge up there, you guys? I mean, not one of you have joined in on the challenge. Right. No, I believe that. The TMZ ones. He doesn't buy the ones that were sent to TMZ by this other person. Okay, I can understand not believing those. Thanks, Michelle H. Hey, somebody jumped in. Now we need 4 more of those. Oh. Oh, you can't hear the audio.
He says...
Hold on. Yeah, I had to turn that off when I do the... when Raven calls in. So hold on.
Hey guys, so I talked to a famed FBI profiler, retired, named James Fitzgerald, helped solve the Unabomber case. He does not buy these TMZ letters. He says it just doesn't make sense that this person would have the information they claim to have about who abducted Nancy Guthrie and even have a phone with a video. He says none of...
And Wild Bill Wassman isn't here, you guys, so... Let's see if we can get other people to reach one of the challenges without him having to shepherd it through. So we have Michelle H., Lisa Valenzuela. We need 3 more.
That adds up.
I don't think he's legit. I'm going to say that up front. I'm not sure any communication, and people are calling them notes, letters, whatever, posts, but I'm just going to call them communications, however they showed up. I don't think any of them are authentic, and that includes this most recent one. So 2 things. Why to TMZ? I mean, from the beginning.
Yeah, we've said this 1,000 times. I'm not a profiler. I've said the same thing.
But certainly this one, where this guy is now alleging that he has some kind of a hidden phone.
Right. See, but this guy is a different person. So he's not referring to the first 2, I don't think. I mean, obviously he isn't, because he's talking about the video of Nancy with the main kidnapper.
In a secret place, whatever. And it has pictures of the last day Nancy was alive, and names, addresses, and ages.
That guy right there. I've seen him 100
the
times.
2 kidnappers.
He's all over the place.
Okay, do you think the 2 kidnappers would know who this guy is, who is putting this stuff out there? And if they do, they're going to take him out. If they're really these badass, alleged kidnappers, which again I don't think they are. So why is he doing this? If everything you just said and we're hearing from TMZ, etc., was true, go right to the source, meaning the sheriff's department or the FBI, and let them work this case. And they wouldn't go public with it, which they shouldn't. And that way, this guy is safe, and his buddies or his
I just said that same thing.
Colleagues, whoever they are, neighbors, and he knows where the body is and where it's buried, whatever, he'd be safe. So.
Yeah, and he could document and get the reward. It's more than 60,000.
Like virtually every communication we've heard of so far, we've never seen them. And as you know, along with being a profiler, I'm a forensic linguist. I want to see the actual language.
Hey guys, so I talked to...
All right, guys, we still need 3 more gifted memberships up there to reach Jim Lawn's challenge. He did a 5 for 5. That means if 5 people donate one $5 super chat, he'll do 5 all by himself. All right, so we need 3 more. I don't know, man. It's so hard these days. It's crazy. Man. Let's see. I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just such it's complicated because I was kind of really sort of set on the nut job theory. One guy, you look at it, you go to the house here and you could see one person walking up, Nancy Guthrie's in her room, sleeping right inside this window. Her bed is right here, like right in that area. The, you know, the nightstand's over there. The beds are like here. Oh, wait, hold on. I got a call coming in.
Call from James, a.k.a.
Hey.
Jason Bourne.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How's it going tonight?
Just doing the, you know, went over the ransom notes.
Yeah.
I didn't see you in the chat or
Wow.
anything, so I wasn't sure if you're around, so I sent you a text message.
Oh, well, I slept in a little bit, and then I got up, and I'm like, I better brew some coffee if I'm going to call Gray.
All right. Cool.
But, yeah, so which way are you leaning more right now? Are you leaning more toward the ransom gone wrong?
Yeah, it's like, I think I'm more, I mean, I've been like, you know, 60-40, you know, one way, the nut job versus ransom gone wrong. Now I'm like, I don't know, 55-60 ransom gone wrong in the lead, you know. Yeah, it's like, it just seems like everything makes a little bit more, like we were talking about yesterday, or that other time. It just seems like, you know, you have we in two notes, you have what looks like a walkie-talkie, you have the car issue, you know, the time, you know, the short amount of time that you could put the car, you know, it wouldn't have to be there very long. That person could also serve as a lookout as well, using the walkie-talkie. Then you have the second ransom note. That makes sense to me, you know. If ransom truly went wrong, that means you didn't expect them to die, nor did you want them to die. Then they died, and then you sort of felt, you know, there's a little bit of a mea culpa or whatever. You you let Savannah know that even if you had sent it in, it wasn't going to, it wouldn't have saved her life. And also, you know, she's buried in nature. We didn't just toss her somewhere. And so, you know, I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of, it sort of makes sense to me when I go over it. That's
I'm still going back and forth, and I'm still undecided, you know, when I really think this over. Part of it is because with the nut job theory, you know, I can still walk through the whole scenario with one person.
Yeah, I've done it the whole time. I can do it too. I've done it. I just did it, you know, every day I can do it. It's easy to do.
Exactly.
Well, it's easy to do with one person. But then it's like, which one makes more sense now, given the information? You know? So that's the thing.
So one of the things that I was thinking about is that, you know, if it's a ransom gone wrong, and we start out with the premise that money was the motive because the ransom went wrong, but that was initially what was wanted, was the money, that even at the very end, when the family, like, so if we have this person who feels compassion, and even at the very end, when the family in Savannah are pleading, now that they know that their mother is gone, saying, just contact us and let us know, you know, what we need to do. We'll pay to have our mother back.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you would think that someone who's compassionate, that is feeling like that, well, the one thing that someone could say that would be an argument against that would be, well, they're not going to go and try to return something now because they are putting themselves in jeopardy of being caught.
Well,
right?
Yeah, I mean, if you have the
then,
body in the ground, you're going to leave forensic information. You might have wrapped her in a blanket, or, you know, they were just doing what they could do. You know?
Right. Yeah, but there's other ways of going about it, and so, I mean, because it depends on if ransom was what was really wanted in the first place. Mm-hmm. So do they really want the money, or did they not really want the money? Because the money was presented in the end. The money was presented. Here's the money right here. Just basically tell us where the body is.
Right, but that was a bridge too far for them. No, but here's the thing. I get what you're saying. Like they were saying, okay, here we go. We're going to send you the money. We just want to know where the body is. But that might have been too difficult. And maybe it, you know, like we've always thought that people lived right around in the area, right? So what if they were buried sort of on a 2-acre property, you know, just in a neighborhood somewhere? I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really matter, that part, but it's like, if you were wrapped in a blanket or towel, they're not going to give away. They just did that for a last sort of, hey, it's not your fault. We didn't even mean to kill her. She's buried in the public. Because as soon as you have to then prove where the body is, there's more communication. There's going to be information at the crime scene, where the body was located. That might indicate sort of like, the geographical location of these people, etc. I don't know. It just seems like it's more risky at that point. So at that point they gave up on the money because now it's murder. See, they just need to get the hell out of there. Remember that when I said that like months ago, where I said that it's felony murder now, and if it's a ransom gone wrong, it's felony murder, and so they just wash their hands of the situation, and that's what the second note was for. That's my argument for it.
And it certainly could get someone to back off to where they would say, okay, this has went in too deep now, where if we try to proceed further and maybe try to get our money, we risk getting caught if we press this any further. But if we think about this, if we follow this through, if the intent was just to take her, then the intent would have been to return her for the money.
Right.
So if we're going to return her for the money, then we're also going to assume that when we do return her, that she's not going to have any evidence or any memory that's going to lead us back to the perpetrators. Now, even if it was, and the perpetrators were found, and they could still say, well, we didn't kill her, this is just a ransom, so the punishment would be less, that still doesn't mean necessarily that they wouldn't try to avoid that. I mean...
Yeah, I just think that they... originally, the risk-reward thing would be like, okay, I'll risk if I get caught, I'll get 10 to 20 years in prison for kidnapping somebody. But I'm not definitely, now that it's a murder, I'm just going to wash my hands and get the hell out of there. Because if you're caught, now it's death penalty or, could get life without parole for sure. So it's like that's the trade-off where now you're saying that, okay, I don't care if you can send me the millions.
But if the money was the motive all along, just follow me through on this. If the money was the motive all along, and that person said, well, I have to get paid. This is what I intended to do. And now these people are saying, just give us the body back and we'll pay you. Well, now the person, if we go with the line that this is what they originally intended in the first place, was getting paid, they'd still be confident with their setup to their payment method, the Bitcoin. They'd still be confident with wanting to do that. What they would be worried about now is if they could return the body without any evidence that would lead back to themselves. Because if they could cover that end and make sure that the body got back, then, but it didn't lead back to themselves, that theoretically, if they really wanted the money, they then might have a chance to get it. Without
I don't know. I mean, I guess they could have just got the money and then never told them where the body was.
That's
somebody has to be first, But they probably were like, I don't even want to risk another attempt, because when we get the Bitcoin, it's not cut and dry that you're not going to get caught. I mean, you could easily get caught as soon as we were just talking about that. I actually looked it up while we were talking, and it said that as soon as you take the money out, it knows who you are and people can track you. So I don't know. I don't know. That's the whole thing. It's kind of tough,
So this is where I'm going with this. Is that so? If it was a ransom gone wrong, and it originally started out with the goal of money, and now this person at the end, basically, or persons say, well, it didn't turn out the way that we thought it was going to go, and now we're just going to let them know that she's gone. That to me, and some other things that I haven't brought up yet, but just saying that to me right there in of itself, like the change of heart, like, okay, well, what we originally set out to do, it's not going to go this way, so now we're going to go this other direction. It doesn't follow for me that, if this was your ransom all along thing and that you had it set up that I can't. I guess what's coming out is like when I try to work this out in my mind, it does come back to the walkie-talkie and whether or not it really was or whether or not it's a scanner.
Yeah, like if you can say that there's just one person, I'll say it's a nut job theory, and then it's absolutely proven, because that means it's likely that the 2 ransom notes were written by the people who, the person or people who abducted, and then that means that they would be inventing the we, which would absolutely match up with a psycho, a killer, trying to make it look like it was multiple people. It's just sort of the second letter is weird unless you had some sort of feelings for Savannah and you realize, oh man, you really hurt her, you made her feel really shitty, and now it didn't feel the way you wanted to, so now you're trying to make her feel a little bit better, but you're not going to say where the body is because it'll lead back to you, and you're just washing your hands of this. But that's the psychopath theory. I don't know, man. See, that's what I'm saying. It starts getting like you overlap the theories, and then it's tough because it seems like now with the new information and the sort of passive apology, it's not really a direct apology, or it kind of is. It does say at the end, I'm sorry, but I don't know. It just sort of makes it seem like that's exactly how a ransom gone wrong person might respond by accidentally killing the person that they meant to return alive just for money.
I like when I think about the fact that the way that it was done, that, like the trail of blood on the porch, coming down the sidewalk, and the fact that it doesn't really, and not that necessarily if there were 2 people involved, that one of them necessarily would have got out of the car and assisted once she was out of the house, but just the fact that trail of blood there, to me, the way that it is, suggests that there was one person at least in that particular situation. Now, looking at the backpack going in, so if it was a 2-person operation, you would think like, well, why would you really have a need for gear when maybe your second person could be like your helpy or your retainer of your gear? Like, you're really going to only need to carry that much gear if you're the only one that's doing something.
Yeah, well, you know what though? We don't know what he was wearing when he went into the house, though. See, because like at 147, he had that stuff to get into the home and take stuff off, maybe use something around the back of the. Who the hell knows what he was doing? But then he dropped the stuff back off, maybe at during that 20-minute wait period when you're waiting. So now he's more lighter. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
And the whole thing, that originally how we thought that it went to TMZ second, and then we find out that it went to TMZ first, that it just kind of strikes me as this person who is kind of toying with the situation and wants to get the thrill, wants to get the rise, and then maybe things, however they went, but they wanted to get the rise out of the situation. And it could even be now, because when they think, well, why can't they find this other person who, is sending these other emails saying, well, I can tell you who it is, and I can do this, and I can do that, but we can't seem to find this person. And, well, who's to say that it's not one person all along who is this obsessed person who's toying along and wanting to, play God with, the family and the authorities and whatnot, and try to outwit them. And it just, when you put all that together, and there's like, because when you think about this person saying how, I somehow witnessed them and I have information on them, and like, well, you don't think that person, that they would try to kill that person or harm that person to keep them from, telling on them? Of course they would stop them or do something, and they would know likely who it was that was around them to see that it was Nancy, because, you know what I'm saying? The person would be there at the time if they were an eyewitness to it. So you'd know who was in the immediate vicinity. If someone's coming along and saying, I saw them with Nancy. Well, them is there's only going to be so many people in the area at the time that would have seen them with Nancy. And so it kind of narrows down who's going to be running their mouth out there and I mean, to me, it sounds more convoluted, like somebody trying to toy around and, play games, and the money really necessarily wasn't the goal in the first place.
Yeah, but they did create a crypto account, so they.
Yep.
So that's sort of interesting. That why bother? Why not just send a. I mean, I guess you need it to have some verification that it's a legitimate account, but couldn't you still just write a ransom note and say, "We'll contact you later for where we want you to send it"? Something like that. I mean, it's just kind of like I don't know, but they went through that process. So I don't know. I mean, I know you're just sort of like doing the opposite of what I'm saying tonight, and then tomorrow.
Well, the other thing too. Yeah, the other thing, too, is in the second letter, using something like, for example, so if someone were to say, well, it sounds more feminine in a second letter. Well, when you think about it, like if someone's using the word perished, and like even if it was you, and you had to break the word to somebody that the relative had died, and you had to do it in a letter, and you wanted to be sensitive to that person, you're not going to use the word perished, even if you're female or male. I mean, maybe if you're a male, right? But if you're trying to be sensitive, you're not. You're going to say passed away. You're not going to use perished. And so as soon as you throw that word perished in there, to me it's saying that AI was used to make this. And so...
Well, it doesn't say that it's that. That's just your like a hypothesis you might have.
Okay.
You can't say that because it says perished, AI was used. Like that's.
No, I can't. But I could say that it makes sense that AI would do that, just because the AI doesn't understand the subtlety of the situation that you need to use a delicate term. So it would use something that would sound more professional and something that would sound more sophisticated. Not realizing that that's not what people want to hear in a situation like that. They want to hear more general sounding words.
Well, what do you think do you think the person might have typed in to get AI to give it something to say?
I need you to sound more compassionate.
Like, here, write me a note that says this, and I don't know.
I mean, because it's just, to me, that, and not only that, but another thing that's strange about it, too, is that, so, if you were a person that you were really genuine about like, you felt bad about this, and you wanted somebody to know that you felt bad about it, why on earth would you use the word perished? Why would you even use that word? Because it's a very cold kind of a word.
Who said that it said perished?
Well, we could play back the Britney clip.
Let's see. Nancy died and was buried in nature. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her. Oh, yeah, there it is. She perished shortly after she was taken. Yeah, to me that seems like you're using the word perish to make it sound less harsh, like she died, She died shortly after she was taken, she perished. And then it says, they believe it was heart-related. Or, no, that's what she said. So, they believe that was heart-related, and then nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We are truly sorry. And it'd be interesting to feed ChatGPT and say, well, should we try something like that? Like feed it something where we say, hey, how would you word something nicely to tell somebody that, I don't know how you do it. Yeah, I guess we could try
How would you word a compassionate letter that someone had died to a relative or a family member? I mean, because that is really what they were doing. They were composing a letter. See, the other thing that was interesting, too, when you go back to the nut job thing, and I'm not saying, again, that it's, indicative necessarily, but it's suggestive, is that You know, when you start out the first letter by saying, Savannah, we have your mother, Nancy. It's not saying...
It depends on the relationship to the deceased.
Sorry. My computer started talking. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. It's not saying, you know, dear Guthrie family, we have your mother, Nancy. It's saying Savannah. It's addressing Savannah directly, even though Nancy belongs to a family. So someone might say, well, that's only because that Savannah had the money, and so that's the reason why that person was addressing Savannah. Well, okay, it could be that is true, but that would mean that the person would have done their research on her and
someone
made sure
might
that
say
it was
perished,
the reason
but
why.
it is.
But it also could be that addressing Savannah singularly is because that there is kind of this nut job thing there, where like I'm speaking to you personally, Savannah, you know, to let you know that, you know, but the we is to throw it off because, I mean, think about this. If you use the word I in a situation like that, I mean, you're narrowing it down to a single individual now. You know, you really are. So, I mean, it would be to your advantage.
Yeah, you're just saying you would say we to, you know, I mean, yeah, I could sit here. I mean, I've done it, or I can just make the same argument for it being a nut job. It's just that now there's things that contradict it when that was the sole thing that, like, it made it sort of every single one of the, you know, everybody has a question. It kind of answered most of them. And now, with this other information, it, you know, kind of shifts a little bit. See, what you're doing is describing somebody, you know, like if we do the nut job theory, you know, then they, based on the new information, they have to become really, like, this incredibly sort of sinister mind that's coming up with, you know, hey, yeah, put we in there, that'll throw them off. I'll send a letter, you know. I mean, the second letter is kind of weird regardless, no matter how you try to spin it. And, you know, it's just, there's a lot of stuff that this psycho would have to come up with. Right over here it says, how would you word a compassionate letter that someone had died? It says, it's with deep sadness that I write to let you know that so-and-so passed away on such and such date, okay? And then...
I said passed away earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, passed away, right. And it said, if the writer wishes to acknowledge circumstances surrounding the death, it says, we are profoundly sorry to share that, you know, let's just throw Nancy's name, died on this date. We understand. That was their second option. And then it says even if they wish to, it says if the writer wishes to acknowledge circumstances, it says died on that date. We understand that no words can ease the pain of such loss, but we want to express our deepest condolences to you and your family. We regret that events unfolded as they did, and are saddened that Nancy's life was lost. Our thoughts are with everyone. Yeah, so that would be that one. That's kind of weird that it made a version that was kind of like that. But then I said, would someone typically say perished? And it said, yeah, someone might say perished, but it's not the most common or natural word used in compassionate personal correspondence. You know, the connotations of perished. I mean, that's when, remember the first time we heard it, I said, yeah, that's, you know, something's weird in the wording here.
Yeah.
Says,
and I know
away.
It's just one single word, you know, that is flagging me on that, but it goes against the grain of someone that if we think about, well, what is the intent of the second letter? Because someone feels guilt and wants to tell somebody, hey, your mom passed. And so, you know, maybe they feel a little bit better.
Right.
But
it speaks away from AI, though, because AI wouldn't come up with perish because it's not typically used. See?
So then the other possible explanation why perished would be used is because someone has a language and they don't understand that in American language that when someone dies, and it's someone that you care about, that you use the term passed away. But if you're not familiar with English language and that expression, then you might use a different word to explain it because you don't know that that's how people express sensitivity when it's somebody that someone cared about.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of struggling with
the reason why I'm
the
reason why I'm bringing that up is because I've seen communications before that have been foreign type communications that when they got translated over into English, that you could tell that that person didn't really understand how to use words that were appropriate within the context. You know what I mean? So they were using words that you could kind of slide by and you could use the word that they used, but you would instantly think that when you read it, well, that's kind of strange that, you know, that particular word.
All right, I'll type this and I'm going to say, would it be typical when translating from Spanish that that perished would be the best option for
explaining someone passed away?
Yeah, for explaining dying or something. Yeah, explaining passing away.
Death.
Yeah, let's see what it says. It's going to start talking though.
It could.
Okay, yeah, that says, it could happen, but I would not say it's the most typical translation choice. In Spanish, there are several common ways to refer to someone's death. It says like, fali, I don't know, some passed away or died. Murió, perdió la vida, lost their life. Perished is pereció, I guess. The key point is that pereció exists in Spanish and is a close cognitive to English, perished. However, in everyday Spanish, especially when speaking compassionately about a family member or a loved one, says like falicio or something, is often the preferred word. A skilled translator would usually use that word as passed away rather than perished. They would say passed away, though. They would have translated the passed away from that, not perished. So it's sort of interesting, right? Because that sort of makes it seem like perished is a word that the person may just use, and they thought it, you know, like if you were sitting around and you go, and she died, okay, that sounds too cold. She passed away, you know, but perished, where does that lie in the, like, when you say the word perished, is that more comforting than passed away? Or it's definitely better than saying she died, right? But is it more comforting than passed away? Because passed away is pretty, you know, just generically, it doesn't sound, there's no like negative connotation other than somebody's dead. It's just, I mean, the words itself don't sound negative. It's just passed away. It's pretty benign, you know.
What about Arabic?
Oh, there you go. Oh, God, now that one person, if they're listening, is saying, ah, see, I told you. Yeah. I don't know.
But the Arabic translation for...
Arabic presents a somewhat different picture.
Okay, hold on. It's reading again. Arabic presents a somewhat different picture. There are several common ways to express that someone has died. All kinds of different... if an Arabic speaker were writing a compassionate message about an ordinary death, most likely commonly be translated in English as passed away or died. Yeah, see, the same thing. Like when they translated it, but then, let's see, would AI also translate the words, the common Arabic words to pass away? Let's see what it said. Yes, a modern AI and translator system would usually
modern AI translation systems would usually
translate the most common Arabic expressions for death into passed away or died, not perished. see, perished is, that's why it was weird, you know. It's like, who the hell uses that? It's just sort of, yeah, you know what, Lisa had a good point. She said, Parish sounds biblical. It does kind of sound like that.
Yeah, it could. To me, it almost sounds like it could be in a college term paper as well. Academic. When someone tries to use a word that sounds sophisticated, rather than saying a word that would have less syllables.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But what's strange about that, again, is that it comes back to it that, so we're seeing it in other languages, even they have translations that are capable of picking up on the nuance that's trying to be conveyed. And so that we would then have to say to ourselves, okay, well, then this author put that word in there, and either they, A, knew it would sound odd and unusual, or B, that they couldn't tell that it would sound unusual. I mean, that it wouldn't hit their flag. They put that in there, and they say, oh, yeah, that's not going to trip anybody up. No one will have any questions when they see that. And I just think that that's unusual. That would be unusual, that the person who composed that would think in their own mind that they could put that word in there and it wouldn't be flagged as AI derived.
Okay, I'm going to try another one. In a ransom note written to Savannah, I'm putting it in that same conversation though. In a ransom note written to Savannah Guthrie, these words were used. Do you think words were used? Do you think AI would generate this wording structure? And then I'm going to paste in that those things that were on Brianna's. Is that her name, Brianna?
Yeah, great job, Gray. You're probably the only one in true crime who's thought to do that, by the way, so great job.
Those statements are interesting because they...
Here we go. See, it does say those statements are interesting because they have a somewhat unnatural mixture of compassion, distancing, explanation, and reassurance. Looking at these strictly from a linguistic standpoint, I think modern AI could generate language very similar to this, but there are nuances. Here's how I would assess each phrase. Nancy died and was buried in nature. Okay, this is the most unusual phrase. Native English speakers do not commonly say someone was buried in nature. See, that was one of the ones that made me originally... Right. I think that was the one I originally was like, wow, that sounds weird. They would typically say buried... I said buried with nature or something like that. But I don't know. They're saying it would say buried in a wooded area, buried in natural setting, laid to rest in the wilderness, buried outdoors, buried in dead. See, that seems like bad English is what I was trying to think. AI can generate awkward phrases like this, particularly if prompted to soften or euphemize the fact that the body was concealed. However, it also sounds like wording that might come from a non-native English speaker. Ah, there you go. Look at that. Like it's bad English. Right? Mm-hmm. A literal translation from another language. Weird. Someone attempting to sound poetic or less culpable. I don't think an AI model given a straightforward prompt such as write a compassionate explanation would naturally select buried in nature. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of the physical condition. This sounds very AI-like. It says, hedging language did not fully grasp. Formal register, indirect responsibility, clinical wording, physical condition. See, that's, physical condition. That is sort of like what you were just saying a minute ago, like a
college term paper.
Physical condition. So, yeah, I mean, maybe that fits my, like a 20-something-year-old guy and a girlfriend, and they thought, ooh, we can get rich, and they thought they were really smart, and they did this. That would be the Bonnie and Clyde version of the ransom gone wrong. Let's see. This sounds very...
I like that. I mean, I like that one. That one's got like media appeal for sure.
Well, what's cool about it is it would explain why a second I think a guy wouldn't do the second ransom note, but a woman might feel like the need to try to, like, she felt bad that Like what if this was a ransom? There was nothing personal against Savannah or anything. That's where the ransom idea makes sense. So in this case, there's no nut job. It's just two people that they don't have any animus, or they're not angry. There's nothing towards Savannah or any of them. It's just purely, wow, look at this. We found out that, how that happened would be interesting, but we found out that Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, who's worth millions of dollars, lives here all alone and is 84 years old, and then they hatched a plan to kidnap her and just get some money. And then it didn't happen, so then they tried to do it, but then she died, and now they have no leverage at all, other than the second letter that, the response to that put leverage. That might have been what the FBI said. They might have said, hey, when we got that second ransom note, here's the problem, Savannah. They're telling us that she's not alive anymore, and they don't believe they have leverage. So why don't you put out this message, and that'll put leverage back in their hands, knowing that if we send money, they'll tell us where the body is, but they'll still get the money for it. So maybe that's what that was about. But I could see a female being the person who wanted to, reach out again and sort of comfort Savannah, because they didn't hate Savannah. It was just purely for the money angle, and then they felt bad that they killed, her mother, and then they didn't intend to. So there you go. Makes sense to me.
The hard part for me, and this is just the hard part, right, is that a person starts out one way and they end a completely different way.
But they didn't start out, because we talked about that the other night. You're saying, oh, they were really these violent sickos when they abducted her, right? And then all of a sudden, now they're nice. The compassionate, you always say that phrase, right? The compassionate abductor, right? But the thing is, yeah, but we don't know what went down in there, right? They went in there. Sure, it was scary and all that. And there's the blood, but that could have been from just something really minor, and she's on blood thinners and it was bleeding. And there wasn't really, or maybe, she struggled and, knocked herself, or, who knows? It might not have been incredibly violent or anything in there. And they were just trying to get her out of the house and then collect the ransom. And then when they let her go, they probably just would pull up somewhere like 10 miles out, somewhere, and she could wave down a car. They would be long gone or something. I don't know how they would return. It seems like that's risky as hell these days, returning a person, right? We never even talked about that. Like, how would you actually do that?
That's the other part, and I'm thinking, okay, now I don't want to go into the details, but I think, we could certainly, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure it out that if somebody said you have to return a body back, but you have to make sure there's no forensic evidence on it that's going to lead back to you whatsoever, how many routes do you have that you could produce something like that? There certainly are scenarios that you could go through where you could come back and you could say, okay, there's a pile of bones here, that's all that there is, but it's Nancy. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing as if she had passed away and was in her grave, and this the pile of bones that was there after everything was gone, and so there's no fibers, there's nothing there. Like they could have tried to go down that road if they really wanted the money, because I just think that I don't know that they really did want the money.
Yeah, well, I know, but the thing is, even if they wanted their money, and after Nancy died, the risk is too great to keep continuing. It's like they knew that their communication method was secure, right? They knew that because that's why they sent the second one. But then they just washed their hands of it because now, here's the thing: it's like when they returned her body, they must have had a way, not body, when she was alive. If they were going to return her, they must have had a way that they could return her and then feel really comfortable about like getting away with it. You know, maybe it was going to be like on the Mexican border, drop her off. You've got your $4 million put somewhere. You put her somewhere, and then you just take off. You know, over the border or go somewhere and hide. I mean, it's weird because she's going to have to be driven somewhere, likely, and then dropped off. And then anytime you do that, there's cameras all over the place. You know, so it's pretty.
I was mentioning that.
I don't know. It's weird. So.
Right. And it's not just that, but so when we think about, like, if we want to go the compassionate route, you know, these people, they weren't killers, they weren't interested in seeing her die, or it mattered to them that she didn't die, or, you know, the person. But if that was the case, and they really were that compassionate, you know, they took her out of there with bare feet. They took her out of there without the medications. It didn't really look, they didn't take, you know, it didn't look like they took anything with her to make her feel at ease.
Well, they might have thought like she can survive a day, you know, like you know what I mean? Like overnight, they already sent the ransom note on the 2nd. If they paid it, boom, you know, I mean, most people can survive a day or two, you know. I don't think a long period of time, but you're not on this medication. I just think she was so freaked out and her heart was frail she died, you know.
But where I'm going with that is that, like, so let's say the slippers were gone and the medication was gone, and then we did get the second letter and we see the tone of, oh, we feel guilt and, oh, we're sorry. Well, okay, it kind of makes sense, right? You were trying to keep her alive. You took the slippers out of there. You took the medication. You didn't want to see her die. But I don't see any indication necessarily that they wanted to keep her alive. I mean, she either was scared out of her mind so badly that her nose started bleeding uncontrollably, or that person did not handle the situation well enough to where either she swung her head around and she hit something, or he hit her, or there was an injury that occurred. But whatever it wasn't anything that person was in control over. You know, and I mean, you really wouldn't have control if you're going in and waking somebody up in the middle of the night that doesn't know you, because they're going to be startled out of their mind. So, I mean, you know, whether blood's going to come out of the nose because you're overly, you know, excited with the pulse rate, or, you know, something worse, I don't know. The whole thing doesn't strike me as very compassionate.
But nobody's ever abducting anybody compassionately. Nobody. You're just abducting. You know, let's make a whole. Hey, the compassionate abductor. You're the one that's. You know, look at. There's no such thing as a
compassionate ransom.
You're almost implying that there's somebody else that's. You know, look at. Nobody is a compassionate abductor. Nor, you know, abductor for ransom. It's just, you know, you're grabbing somebody, you're taking them somewhere, and you'll give them back after money comes in. But don't you think it's possible? I mean, I think it's likely, actually, that many people that have abducted people for ransom, they have no intention of killing anybody, even if they don't get paid. I think it's just, you know, because they've already decided that, you know, they'll give them back if they get paid, and that person's already seen whatever they're going to see. I think there's people out there that they have no intention of killing somebody and might actually feel crappy if somebody died under their control, especially if they didn't do it. You know, like, they're not the one, like, they didn't actually shoot them. They're not going to write a note, you know. Like, if they shot Nancy, they're not writing a note saying, hey, you know, she passed away shortly after, so nothing you would have done. You know, those people are the crazy abductor people that are actually killers too. There's some that just do it for the money. That's all they're looking for. They're just trying to get the money, and they might actually feel bad if somebody died under their control because that was never their intention. And so that could be what's going on here. And there really isn't really an argument against it. That's just a possibility. You know what I'm saying?
It is. It is a possibility. So what's the purpose of the second letter?
Yeah, well, the second letter is because they felt bad that they killed. I mean, not they. Well, their actions are what are responsible for killing Nancy, but they didn't intentionally, strangle her or something. She died from the stress of what happened, and so they're saying, "Hey, listen, we didn't mean to do this. She passed away. We buried her in nature, but I just also want to let you know that even if you had sent in the ransom note, there's nothing you could have done quicker or faster that she would have lived. She died before, right around the same time that we sent out the ransom note, something like that." I think that's what they're saying. And so that's why you would send it out. It doesn't make sense. I mean, unless you're compassionate, there's no reason to send that out at all. You would just, she died, who cares? You're moving on to something else. And because there's no reason to have done that second one, right? I mean, it didn't even make it into the, they didn't send that one to TMZ. They only sent it to KOLD, and it was private, basically. And we, at my channel, assumed that they had gotten another ransom note. We heard that they got another one, but it was never talked about. TMZ didn't talk about it. The news never talked about it. We didn't know anything about it. But we see this Instagram video by Savannah, and then we realized that they were informed that Nancy was dead, and they just want to have her body back. So that's the thing is they didn't. That one wasn't sent out to get publicity for it. So doesn't that a little bit in the favor? The fact that it wasn't sent to TMZ, doesn't that have a little points towards it literally being something that they just wanted to say and send to Savannah, to be more compassionate about what the hell happened. Not that, I mean, the word compassionate sounds like you're trying to give them, that's not, I don't know if that's what I'm looking for. I'm saying that they felt bad about what happened to Nancy, and they just wanted to give some comfort to Savannah, saying that nothing you could have done would have helped. She is buried in nature somewhere, and that's it.
So I can't say no to it because it is a viable theory. I mean, it is. It's viable. I can't say no to it, but I am going to say that if you're writing in the English language and I listen to you describe it, and you specifically use the word passed away, you didn't say perished. And it's like there's a conflicting message, and like normally when someone is trying to convey a message, they will not use conflicting terms, because what happens is then when the recipient gets the message, they're confused and they say, well, what is this person trying to say? They say this thing here and they say this over here, and they're not consistent with their message. And it's one of the big things in communication. To send a good message, you do remain consistent, and so you use terms that would be consistent with the reason why you're doing it, which in this case, what we're really saying is that they're doing it out of remorse. They're doing it because they feel guilt, and they want to let someone know that, this is ultimately what happened to your mother, so you know what the outcome is. Well, but if that is the case, then you're going to be using words that will be consistent with your feelings. So when you use a word like perished, either you really don't feel that way, in other words, it's not sincere, number one, or number two, you don't understand the mannerism in the English way, and so you think that you're using a word that sounds sensitive and it sounds appropriate, but that a normal English ear would hear that and it would not sound that way.
Yeah, I like that first thing you said. I don't agree with that one. It's insensitive or something. I think perished is, I think it's more sensitive than saying died. It's just perished. It's like, Perished is sort of like a, poetic way of saying died, passed away. That's what it seems like. I mean, people don't normally use that. So maybe it is that they're, an educated, you know what it's sort of like Tyler Robinson and those guys. You know how they talked? That was weird.
Yeah.
Right? That was weird, right? Like the shit, the way they say stuff. I wish I had done, what was it? Like they put at the end of the sentence, they would say, like, oh yeah, I still have time to go back to where the gun is still, or something, whatever. At the end of the sentence, I don't remember what the phraseology was, but it is kind of like that, right? Like kind of a little weird, the way they talk, and that's kind of what's happening here. Just sort of strange. Maybe they're more educated, and that's why it sounds like this, and that's kind of what you were saying a little bit ago. Maybe they are an educated, and they think they're smarter than everybody, and they thought they could pull it off, and then they just felt bad that she died, but then now they're trying to get away with it, and they're never going to communicate again on that. But if somebody catches them, then that would be, then that's the problem for them. I mean, if they get caught, right? But it's like they're not going to help in getting caught. So why don't we think about that? The educated version that we were talking about earlier.
And the educated version does make sense also in the sophistication level with the using the Bitcoin. Because that's certainly not going to be somebody who, I mean, yeah, it's true that you could go and just say, AI, how do I do all these things? And it'll walk you through all the steps and blah, blah, blah. And so you could look like you're a lot more intelligent than what you are. But most times people are not even going to go down those roads unless they really have some of a general understanding of it themselves beforehand, where there's a level of security. And if you're in that realm of Bitcoin and those level of transactions, I mean, it makes you think that I don't want to sound stereotypical of any classes or anything, but I mean, you certainly would sound like you're an educated person, that's for sure, because it wouldn't be something that you would typically be hearing talk from, I think, people who are not knowledgeable of the financial realm. I couldn't get into a deep discussion about Bitcoin, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of interesting when you look and see it now. Did you fully grasp the seriousness? Nothing, or they did not fully grasp the seriousness. Nothing you could have done. I mean, it is sort of weird how it sort of sounds like somebody either literally are educated, or they're like Tyler Robinson, and it's like overboard trying to sound sort of, old English, whatever the hell, what I'm saying? Like they try to sound a certain way,
It almost sounds like to me that somebody didn't really know how to write a letter that would be sensitive and compassionate, because even just that undertaking alone, constructing sentences, putting these things together in such a way that it sounds like it's not broken up English, that it's, worded in such a way that sounds sensitive, that's going to require a little bit of understanding that in and of itself, just to do that. And I don't see that it's somebody who, and what it looks like is that they said, we may not have the skills necessarily to generate something that is going to sound good, or we may not want to have it identify our particular mannerisms in our speech, so we'll have it do this particular thing. So it writes it out. And then they say afterwards, after they're looking at the paragraph, well, this doesn't sound quite right here, this AI thing, so let's delete out this word, and we'll put this word in here, and this word in here, this phrasing here.
But I know, but why not just write it? I mean, that just seems like a lot of work,
Well, because you would have to have the skills to write something like that. I mean, you might think that, I can just tell you that as a person that did recruiting in my career and seeing people come from all types of walks of life, that there were times when I would have people do different tests for different jobs, and if the test was a writing type of test, there were plenty of people that had difficulty stringing sentences together in meaningful ways. It's just, I'm just telling you, that's just the way that it is.
You know what? I guess we'd have to see the entire note, you know. Like, we can't sit here. We got these 5 phrases. We're seeing, you know, we're all basing, like, oh my God, they used AI. And I don't know. I think we're just sort of, everybody's so AI, you know, like everything's AI all of a sudden. You know, I mean, there's no reason why, you know, like, you know, the word perished, it just said that they wouldn't use that ever, you know, like almost, yeah, like it would be very unusual for AI to use that. So maybe you're saying that they threw the word perished in there, but if they did that, then, you know, that means they knew what it meant and stuff, so why wouldn't you just write it yourself? I mean, it's not really, I mean, I don't know. You think they were using ChatGPT? Like they threw in, hey, listen, ChatGPT, listen, we killed Nancy Guthrie, so what I need you to do is write something up that sort of sounds somewhat apologetic, but not really blaming us, but let us know, you know, like she died, and it fed it all the facts, and then it came up with this letter. Is that what you think, or?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. It could be, and I'm not sure how good it could prepare something based on, you know, how well someone could describe what needed to be written. But I mean, just for the internal consistency, like even if it was somebody who didn't use AI and they wanted to compose it on their own, well, if you were reasonably intelligent or educated, and so you understood the nuances with certain words, that if you're going to say buried in nature, which is kind of like this eloquent way of saying a body is in the ground,
perished,
you know,
that
that when you say buried in nature, it does kind of sound eloquent. It does kind of sound like, oh, it was you know, a flowery meadow and a sunny day. But when you use the word perished, to me, that doesn't go along with buried in nature.
I think no, but I think it did. I think it did. That's the thing. I even interjected there. Perished to me does match that. Perished is poetic sounding, just like buried in nature. I think perished and buried in nature absolutely go together here. And that, like you have, let's see, let me throw the, you have, Nancy died and was buried in nature. So for some reason it says died up there. It says, we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. See, that sounds, you know, again, like Tyler Robinson, and that's how they would die. We never intended to hurt her. You know, they just had to put like still at the end of that. She perished shortly after she was taken. So at the beginning, it's cold and says she died and was buried in nature. But the in nature part, it sort of mitigates the harshness of the word died. So it's like Nancy died and was buried in nature. So then it's like, okay, so she was buried in nature. And then, you know, listen, we didn't fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. Like when we abducted her, she said, hey, you know, I have a bad heart and all this stuff like that. You know, we had a bad heart, and, you know. So they're saying we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition, meaning when they abducted her, she probably made them aware, like, hey, you know, I've got these physical problems, and they didn't realize the seriousness of it, right? And then it says, we never intended to hurt her. So that's sort of interesting, like, we never intended to hurt her. Does that mean you hurt her? But you didn't intend to, because her dying sort of naturally doesn't mean that you hurt her. She died from the situation and was stressed out, but like hurting somebody means that you physically had touched them, probably, right? So maybe, you know, we never intended to hurt her. So maybe, I don't know, I could just be saying, like, we didn't intend to hurt her at all. She was supposed to just come out nice and, you know, be alive so we could just trade for money. And it says, then she perished, however, you know, basically it's saying that. shortly after she was taken. So we took her. I mean, I'd like to know how many hours, because when the ransom note was sent, did they send it late in, let's see. So the first is so it was all the way, the second is when the ransom note came in. So that means, 2:30 in the morning all the way, till midnight. And then the next day is when they sent the ransom note in. So was she still alive when the ransom note was sent? Because that means she did survive. So when you say shortly after, what does that mean? Does that mean you sent the ransom note even after she died? And then it says, nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We are truly sorry, But I was just reading the part about we did not fully grasp the seriousness. And I was wondering yesterday, how did they know? How were you even grasping at all of her physical condition? Were you aware before you went into the house? But then I think we determined that it probably means that she made them aware that she has these problems, and they just didn't grasp the seriousness of it, I don't know. That's how.
If and I'm just putting this out there. Now, I never have been one of those people that have thought that whoever did this to Nancy was someone that she knew or was close to her. I didn't, maybe I did in the very beginning, but certainly after the family was cleared, not after that. But if I was the person who was close to her, and I wanted to throw investigators off, then I would be putting in there that, I didn't really understand the seriousness of her condition, which makes it sound like I didn't really know her. She was a stranger to me. I didn't understand how she was medically. When you would think that if it would be an operation that, hey, we're going to go and get this person for $4 million, that we better well know that she's going to survive such a thing, or it's not even going to worth our time in the first place.
Yeah, but they probably just figured, okay, 84-year-old, 2 days from now we'll have the money, she'll be all okay, we'll just have her sleep over here. Well, it just seemed like it was going to work, but unfortunately she was a lot more frail than they realized. The part about we never intended to hurt her, what they're saying is, now that I revisit that, is they're just saying that she was supposed to come out of this unscathed, basically, other than, maybe the psychological, but it was like, we never intended to hurt her at all, hey, she was just supposed to be returned, but unfortunately she perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related, and, so that's their fault, Nothing you could have done would have changed the outcome. Meaning, had you sent the ransom to us when we sent the first letter, it wouldn't have changed anything. And so they're actually making Savannah feel like, okay, she probably felt shitty that she didn't send the ransom note in. Like, they didn't send the ransom in. They probably were always wondering about that. But this alleviates that, it wouldn't have mattered. Okay, she was already dead. And so that's sort of interesting that they would put that in there.
It is. They're definitely, it's either that there is an emotional connection there where they want to convey something, that they didn't necessarily have to, or that it's deceptive. It's one or the other. Because either it means what it says, or it's not sincere.
Yeah, how about this? Somebody had a good point in there. Jay Nutso. Let's get rid of the AI. I just feel like that's sort of no way to prove it. Sounds really, it's just it feels like a waste of time. So let's just pretend that there is no, I'm not even pretending. Let's go with the wasn't AI. So then what do you think? Then I think your educated, people makes more sense. And you know what? They haven't been caught either. I mean, so here's the thing, everybody. Everybody always talks about how, what a bumbling fool the guy is at the front door. Well, I'll tell you what. If I was a criminal, I'd love to be a bumbling fool two, because this guy has not been caught, and it's not even close. Like, this isn't one of those things where, oh my God, look at he is a blunder. He's got the freaking balaclava on. Now, there's people out there, they think, I mean, it's possible they already know who the person is and they're just trying to put everything together. Sure, I got to say that. And there's people that think that they already know who he is because they compared his facial structure to overlays, balaclava doing an overlay over the face. Did you ever see that one that I sent you, by the way?
I couldn't download that for some reason. When I tried to open it, it would not open up off.
Well, you have to download it.
Well, I know that's what I meant, but when I would click on it, it wouldn't do it. It wouldn't act like it would download. So
okay.
I don't know.
Well, it's just So I mean, there's people who think that they already have the right person, whatever. I don't know, man. It's possible. It's just people get so tunnel visioned that they're like, it doesn't matter what comes out later. They find a way to connect it. So let's just pretend right now, and I'm talking about the person who thinks the overlay is the person, and they just keep saying it over and over and over and over and over. It's like I get emails, and they only watch shows related to whether or not that's that person or not. So it's Nancy died and was buried in nature. I mean, so it does seem like, it just sucks. I want the whole damn letter, don't you?
I do. Well, you brought this up earlier, and I want to come back to this point because it's a good point, and that is, so if we go along with the idea that it's a ransom that's gone wrong, and initially that they did want money, then initially the plan was that we're going to return Nancy, and the reason that we're going to return her is because we've been paid, or we anticipate that we're going to be paid. So that was the whole thing all the way along. If we're going along with this whole scenario, and in the end, I mean, what it means, if we walk this all the way through, is that it means, just like you were saying, she would have had to have been brought somewhere. She would have had fiber evidence on her, or they would have had to change her clothes. She may have been blindfolded, but there would have been, evidence of like traffic flow. I mean, even if it was night, you still would have been really slick how you'd have to drop her off and not leave any evidence whatsoever that, you were the person that transported her there. And so, that's saying that they would have been confident enough to do that. In other words, they would have been confident enough to return a live body, not a dead body, a live body.
Yeah, they had the whole thing planned out beforehand, but her dying is what changed everything.
But where I'm going with this is they were confident enough with the original plan to return a live body and go through with that risk. And with the danger of getting caught, mind you, if we go with this premise. But they're not confident enough to return the dead body when the family is saying, we'll pay you.
No, because it's murder now. And they don't even, they just cut bait at that point. They just said, we're out of this. Because now it's a murder death penalty case. Before it was like see that's a huge thing, because, and also when you say where the body is, the location of the body might allow somebody to go back and look at old surveillance footage or something and track where it, but they did it where they're just unknown people driving around and ended up burying her somewhere. And it could be that they wrapped her up in a blanket, and inside the blanket are hair fibers, and they don't want to risk any of that stuff. So they buried her in nature. They're not going to tell anybody. The money part is off the table. They're out of it. That's what it feels like to me. And I think I said that even way back when. After, because remember, we never heard another thing after that one Instagram thing that she said about, we understand now. There was never anything from the original kidnappers after that. And so then I was like, I think they just, when I was doing the kidnapping for ransom that went wrong, I would always say that they're just, after she died, they just left and they took off, and that's it, man. They just, they did that one message that we already knew about that said that she died. And then after that, they never said a word again because they can get the death penalty. I mean, I think it makes sense, That's what I'm saying. It's like there's more points now that point to the ransom gone wrong than there were 2 days ago. Let's put it that way. You got to admit that.
Did the first letter, in addition to the first letter saying that we want $4 million, did it also say, or did you hear that it was mentioned that if we do not receive the money by this particular date, that increases to $6 million by this particular date, a future date? Did you ever hear something like that?
It seems like Harvey was talking about that today or something. I mean, I don't even know, man. Everything's starting to blur together. I do sort of remember something like that back in the day when we were talking about it. I just don't know where that came from now, because it definitely wasn't in the. If it was in the second one, they wouldn't have. They would refer to the second one as being a ransom. Oh yeah, that's right. She's right. Lisa's right. The first letter. That's what I was just read today. The first ransom note had $4 million, and then gave a second. There was a deadline, and then they gave a second deadline. If you don't do the first one, then it's $6 million by this date. So it was all in the first. You get it?
I do get that. That's what I was saying. So it makes you think that she was alive at that time.
Yeah. So maybe when they sent the first one out, it must have been. Well, here's the thing: is the news channel merely mentioned they got one on the second. We don't know the time. Like they could have sent it at on the first at like 10 o'clock at night, and then they didn't get it till the morning when they came in to work at the news station, right?
That's not the way she made it sound. In the Vargas interview, where she interviewed the woman that received that at KOLD, and she made it sound like she was listening. Like part of her job was to monitor those message boards as they came in, and so that when it came in that particular, and I believe it was in the evening, that she said that they saw it that evening, the evening that it came in. That's what she made it sound like, so that it wasn't some delay where it showed up earlier and then they missed it.
How do we find that one? I want to see that.
Well, you'd search for Mary Vargas, and then, what was her name? I know I could find it pretty quick myself here, because I sent it to you before, so I know that you've got it, but let's see here. But I know I can find it pretty quick here.
God, not one of you guys helped out on Marty's challenge up there, you guys. I've never seen that before. That's crazy. But anyways, thanks, Marty. Marty sent me coffees anyways. Unreal.
Is Wild Bill in the chat?
Yeah, he was here earlier, but it sucks that everybody relies on, them every time. It's like, I don't know. I mean, we had a good night yesterday, but now part of that's washed away because we didn't make it. Mary Vargas ransom note. Let's see. Oh yeah, I remember her. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's.
Did you find it, Gray? Did you find it in your inbox?
Did you send it to me? No, I didn't.
No, but I thought you found it because I didn't know if you. Let me go into my sent items here.
You would have probably put her name, right, in it?
Yeah, I would have put in Mary Vargas, but there's another way I can search that.
Mary.
Too.
Yeah.
Mary Vargas was the person who interviewed the KOLD reporter. I'm just not remembering her name right off the bat, or else we just search her name instead. But it's going to pop up anyway here in a second. As soon as I see it, I'll know it.
Was it Fargas?
Yeah, VARGAS.
News anchor Mary Coleman of KOLD.
Yep, Mary Coleman. That's who it is. Yep.
Well, it's Coleman, not Vargas. Okay, in Tucson.
Coleman was the one that she was interviewing. I forget. I don't know if that was her first name, but her last name, I believe, was Coleman.
Joins Elizabeth Oh, it's Elizabeth Vargas. So it's Mary Coleman and Elizabeth Vargas. This
there
must
we
be
go.
it. I think
I'm
this
sorry,
is it.
but-
I think this must be it then.
Yep.
Okay, it must be it.
Yep. That's it. Yep.
Is the evening news anchor at KOLD 13 News in Tucson,
I'll put up the
Arizona.
audio
Her
feed.
station received the ransom
be
note
one to
through an
listen to.
email that the FBI is now seriously investigating. Mary Coleman, it's great to have you here. So this it was emailed, like was it to a tip line or was it addressed to anybody in particular?
Yeah, so our newsroom has just that, a tip line that anyone can send any email to, and that's how we received it. And something important to note, because I know a lot of people were saying, oh, how easy it should be to be able to trace it from an email address. Well, the way our system works is it can be submitted anonymously. So then there's a reason for that. We want people to be comfortable, submitting any news tips for any stories in the Tucson area. And in this case, that's exactly what happened. It was submitted.
And look at this, is February 5th. So this is the day
Yeah.
the second one, they received the second one.
Anonymously, and we gave everything over to Pima County Sheriff's Department to try and figure out where exactly this came from.
Did you actually read the entire note?
I did.
The FBI confirmed that there was a deadline of 5 p.m. Mountain Time tonight. What did the note threaten if payment wasn't made?
I can't speak to that. I will say that, there are obviously, it's a consequential letter.
Did she already explain that part that we were looking for? How it came in? I thought,
well, and it faded out, Gray, so I couldn't hear what you were listening to.
Oh, okay. So you can't hear on the, through
On
your
my
headphone?
end, no.
Okay, but when I turned up the room audio, you could hear it.
I did, yeah.
Okay, well, how about we just start over then?
News anchor at KOLD 13 News in Tucson, Arizona. Her station received the ransom note through an email that the FBI is now seriously investigating. Mary Coleman, it's great to have you here. So this it was emailed, like was it to a tip line or was it addressed to anybody in particular?
Yeah, so our newsroom has just that, a tip line that anyone can send any email to, and that's how we received it. And something important to note, because I know a lot of people were saying, oh, how easy it should be to be able to trace it from an email address. Well, the way our system works is it can be submitted anonymously. So then there's a reason for that. We want people to be comfortable, submitting any news tips for any stories in the Tucson area. And in this case, that's exactly what happened. It was submitted anonymously, and we gave everything over to Pima County Sheriff's Department to try and figure out where exactly this came from.
Did you actually read the entire note?
I did.
The FBI confirmed that there was a deadline of 5 p.m. Mountain Time tonight. What did the note threaten if payment wasn't made?
I can't speak to that. I will say that, there are obviously, it's a consequential letter. There are things that they say will happen if these deadlines aren't met. And I have been refreshing my email constantly over the last 41 minutes to see if we get anything new from them. Because again, as they said, that first deadline was at 5, and then we have another one coming up in a couple of days. So our eyes are on our email to see if we get anything new, as are, I'm sure, some of the other newsrooms that received that letter as well.
How long was the note?
Not very long, Elizabeth, just a couple of sentences, I would say, a short paragraph.
This should have been on the 2nd when this was put out, not the 5th. Because she's talking about the first ransom note. That's the one that had what they would do if, something wasn't...
So she might have been interviewing her well after the fact.
But she said, she even mentioned 45 minutes ago, something she was just checking. I don't know. Yeah, it's...
But enough in there to alarm someone who is reading it, I would say, especially obviously with the circumstances. And now knowing and seeing that Pima County Sheriff's Department confirmed that the blood on the doorstep that you all just showed was indeed that of Nancy Guthrie.
Did you know, as soon as you read it, did you think this is for real?
Initially, I would say the first couple of sentences not necessarily. It could have gone either way, but the more we read and the more detail was given, including the amount. And
okay, I just looked something up. It says the first ransom note in the Nancy Guthrie case was received February 2nd. It's so crazy to think that that was just 4 months ago or something. I mean, it seems like 5 years ago. It was sent to media outlets and then via online tip line at approximately 5 p.m., it says. So that's what Google AI says, you know.
And she would have talked more about receiving that if the clip played out, I believe.
And again, those deadlines, that's what was really crucial. And as well as some of those details that the FBI revealed were in there, including, you know, the Apple Watch and things like that, that others wouldn't know. That's when we, you know.
Was there anything beside the Apple Watch and the floodlights? Because as you may know, if you've been listening in, our Brian Enton asked about this, and the FBI admitted they weren't sure when. First of all, do you remember exactly when the note came in?
Oh, there you go.
We received the note Monday evening. That's when our newsroom received that note.
Monday night, Arizona time, you got the note.
Yes.
We need to check other sources. I know that around that time, there were also reports beginning to emerge that she was wearing an Apple Watch that had been.
Yeah, so it was Monday. Oh, let's see. It was Monday night, they said, right? Isn't that what she said?
Yep.
Okay, hold on. So that would be Monday would be February 2nd. So that probably is about 5 o'clock.
Disconnected.
Yep.
And also.
So that's interesting. I mean, so that means Nancy would have survived, and you know, unless they sent it just hoping, knowing that they wouldn't be able to prove life. You know, they could have just sent that first one out and then realized, you know what, screw this. You know, but the first one would have been. I mean, so you're talking about like 2:30 in the morning, and then, you know, 24 hours later is 2:30 in the morning on Monday. And so then you're looking at, you know, another...
Within 48 hours, 37 hours.
I mean, you're looking like almost, that's quite a long time. If she's still alive, it would be, you know, 30-something hours later. Pretty interesting.
Right. Exactly. If she was alive at
right.
that time.
Yeah.
But
they could have just tried a Hail Mary on the first one and said, hey, you know, hoping they'd get the ransom without proof of life, and then they knew that they could never prove it. And the second one was just, you know, screw this, you know, hey, you know, sorry, you know. You know, something like that. But
if she wasn't alive when the first one got sent out, well, it definitely sounds disingenuous because she's not even alive. And then when the second one gets sent out, well, you already lied basically on the first one. I'm just saying,
well, it's a little bit less like, you know, like the first, why weren't they, when she died on the first one, say the same thing as the second one? You know, like the second one should have been the first one if they were a little bit more compassionate people, you know, like if she wasn't alive. Now, when they say she died shortly after, maybe that was, you know, it's late at night and then it go through the rest of the day and then the next day you send it in. That is sort of shortly after. It's not, you know, I guess it just depends on what your idea of shortly after is. It's not like a week or something. It's a day and a half later, you know. So
what that tells me then, and I'm just saying, just follow me through on this. So if she was alive, then that means that they would have taken her from, you know, obviously her home to wherever the location was. Now, what, are they not going to feed her or give her water or anything for 30 some hours? No, they're going to want to keep her alive, presumably, because this is her. Right. So they would have to feed her, give her water, make sure that she's comfortable, because again, this is their cash cow. And so if they're going to do that, that means they're taking her to some location where there's going to be comfort. There's going to be, you know, somewhere where you can sit down. It's not going to be some like stone cell or some cave or something. You know, it's going to be a place that is going to be a temporary holding spot until they can get her back to her family.
Yeah, maybe just their house. Maybe they live together. You know, maybe they're like a 25, 26-year-old couple living in a small little house somewhere. Not quite in the area, but like, you know, within 5 miles or something on a road somewhere that's not quite where there's people all over the place. And, you know, maybe something like that, you know. It's hard to say. But, man, jeez. It's already
if they're
almost
a couple,
4
they
hours.
better get along. If they're a couple, they better get along pretty well.
Well, neither one of them, you know, because it's a felony murder, neither can tell on each other.
Yeah.
You know, so they're safe. And nobody's saying anything. You know, my ex-boyfriend, well, you were there. You're the one that drove, so, you know, whatever it was.
I mean, he forced me to do it. He forced me to participate, and I
Yeah, that's bullshit. Well, yeah, but whoever came forward first might be able to cut the deal. But you're still going to have prison
Right.
time, so why not just shut the hell up, you know?
Yeah, so for me, you know, when I look over this whole thing, I just, you know, I have problems with the way that those letters were written, the tone in the first one, the tone in the second one, the phrases that we hear that were used. I just, you know, I can't say one way or the other. So I can't say like, oh, it's this or oh, it's that. I just feel that something is not something's not genuine. Something is not like there's deception going on here, and I you know feel that. I mean, you know, to sit there and to think that they were begging on TV, oh please, you know, give us our mother back. That even if they were afraid of a Bitcoin transaction and getting caught that way, that there still would have been a way maybe to like just return the bones, you know, without any evidence, so that they at least got the body back if they felt that bad about it. But they didn't feel that bad about it, you know, not enough to give the body back, even though these people are begging for their mother. You know, now they know where the body is. You know, and I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, what if it's wrapped in fiber evidence that if they told them where it was at, then now it would lead back to them and they're caught? Well, sure, that's fine. But in the beginning, you know, before all was said and done, you know, if you weren't really going to go and get the money and these people are begging for their mother back after you just sent them a letter that said, sorry, you know, mom's buried with nature now, I don't know.
Yeah.
Would you? I was thinking one thing when you were using AI is that do you think AI could conceive of writing a letter that would include the word perished and like force it to use that word in a letter where you're having to notify someone has passed away, and to see if it could pull it off in such a way that if we read it, that we'd say, yeah, well, okay, now the way that was used and the way that it was said was something that was, you know, it kind of passed muster, where you read it and you're like, okay, well, that doesn't stand out on the radar too bad, the way that was phrased, but I don't know if it's capable of generating a letter like that.
Yeah. I mean, it already said they don't really use it that often. I just don't want to keep doing the AI thing. Just be honest with you, I'm not interested in it. And even if it is true, what difference does it make? You know, it's like, it's just, like, just think about it. Like, even if it's true that they used AI, that just means they were trying to hide their, and here's the thing, we'll never be able to prove that they used AI. Even if they said, oh yeah, you know, see, AI often will just say what you want to hear too. So after a while, it'll start saying, yeah, man, this really looks like it came from there. But I'm just saying the whole AI angle to me is just like, oh man, What do you
but
do with
it?
it?
It is interesting, the experiment that you ran where you basically gave it the words and then you said, would you use these words?
Yeah.
And it basically said, like, no, I wouldn't use that word perished in particular. Wouldn't normally use it. So that was good because it kind of made it rule out itself. So, I mean, I think you did your due diligence there as far as that goes. You certainly went along as far as you could with it. But, I mean, yeah, I still am on the fence about it. I mean, originally, I was really on the ransom thing, and then we went more on the nut job thing.
Well, I'm the same exact way. I'm just sort of, I don't know. I mean, I'm more towards the ransom gone wrong than I was because, and everybody should be, because more information's come in, that adds more weight to that, and to not do that means that you're not, using logic, reason, and common sense. It means that it's tunnel vision, because right now there's more information that's come in that indicates that perhaps a couple is responsible. And so everybody should have a little more weight into that camp, even if you don't put all of it there, or most of it even. You can be 60-40 beforehand. Now it should be 55-45, because more came in.
Well, we can't say that there's anything in the letters that are deceptive, and we can't prove that there is any deception, so you almost do have to take them at their literal meaning.
Right. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier in the show. The letters themselves, the way they're written, you can, they are what they are. You can pretend that they mean something else if you want it to fit another story that you have. But all we have is what we have, right? We see the letters. I mean, we don't see them, but, we know what was generally written on them, and that's what we have. But we can pretend that they used we to throw people off, okay? But that's just us pretending we know that that's what it means or theorizing on it. But it doesn't say that, right? It literally says, it doesn't say, hey, everybody, I'm using the word we now to throw you off. There's really just one person, but I'm going to go ahead and start, it doesn't do that. So we have to sort of literally take what it says, and then if something pops up, like later on, if there's only one person, then we know for certain that that was a manipulated text, right? Because there's just one person.
Right.
There never was a we. But there's no way to prove that there isn't a we, and those aren't accurate at this time. That is, those aren't really what they typed and really what they were saying. So that's kind of where. Hey, thanks.
Well, we don't.
Says F.
Yeah, we don't have a sufficient evidence to overcome it. For example, if we could prove that that was a scanner in the pocket, then we might have evidence that would tick against it, and we'd say, well, but look at that, is for sure a scanner.
Yeah, there's that one scanner that does have a similar, we showed it originally, but it's got a really long thing, but it does have a similar shape. I guess it's hard to, that thing is you can't really, it looks thick to me, that little antenna, not a thinner, longer one. But
I agree.
But it's so that the scanners generally have this thinner thing, and there's some walkie-talkies that have that perfect shape of a little thicker cylindrical shape, just like that. So I don't know.
I mean, there's nothing that can conclusively say that it wasn't two people that did it. That when you go over, I mean, you could say, yeah, one person could have just done this.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can't rule out the fact that two people could have been there as well.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think at this point there's a lot of information. So if you go like this, first of all, it's easier to pull off just naturally, even though one person can do it. It's easier to pull off because one could be a lookout. They could be the one that's driving the car. You have the walkie-talkie to communicate and say, hey, somebody's coming, and you wouldn't care if Nancy woke up to, hey, somebody's coming, you just take off. You just bail. You want to get the hell out of there. It's just sort of a warning thing. So you have that, and then then you call, and then when you're ready to take Nancy out, the car pulls up. Now you have a secondary person that can help control, if you need to, Nancy while you're driving around. And, but the walkie-talkie itself, if that's what it is, indicates that there is a second person. That's all you would use it for. And then you have that. And then you got the letters that came in, both saying "we" in them. And so you have that. And then, there's multiple other elements, too, that are sort of like, okay, I could see that. But, you got the walkie-talkie, "we," and then they sent the letter out. And then you think then the letters also indicate that it was a ransom gone wrong, not a psycho. So if it was a psycho, then you would think there was just one person. But I would say in a ransom gone wrong, the likelihood of two is greater than in the psycho. If it's a nut job, right, that is always only going to be one person, right? Because you're not going to have two psychos. You could, but that's what we're talking about, right? When we say psycho, we're talking about one.
Most plausible.
We're talking about one person. So if we're talking, but if it is a ransom gone wrong, then I think the likelihood of two people is greater. Just because of the nature of what that is. It's not a psycho out there doing all these manipulative things, trying to trick people. If it's a ransom gone wrong, then it's likely more than one person. And then all of a sudden you got the walkie-talkie, you got the "we" comment, and then you have the sort of half-assed apology letter after Nancy actually died, so they weren't able to do proof of life, and their whole intent was never to kill, even though the whole act itself is it's cruel. It's not like this nice thing to do, but they never intended to kill her, and they even mentioned that. And so, for me, that's why I'm leaning more in that direction now, at this point. So there you go.
Yeah, it's you make a very good case, and I actually think I'm going to have to really think about this even more.
Yeah, you're always ready to go. You're always ready, man. You're armed and ready. And I hear what you're saying, because we've all, you and I agree on almost all this stuff, but I think we just do the devil's advocate stuff, right? If we sat here and agreed on everything, it wouldn't be as interesting. But it's
everybody liked Siskel and Ebert back in the day.
yeah, that's right.
But anyway, no,
Hannity and Combs.
I think you made. Yeah. I think you made great points, Gray, and I can't overcome the fact that, now that we have this additional information, and there's really nothing that I can say where I could say, we see levels of deception going on here that now we can say that we can question whether the letters themselves were deceptive. And I can't point to anything where I can see there's open deception going on. So then it makes you think, okay, well, the letters, we have to take them at face value then, that they really are what they say they are. But it is interesting that when you played back the Mary Coleman interview there, and she said, well, was there anything that jumped out at you in the opening letter? And she's like, well, no, not really in the first few sentences. And I was thinking, yeah, but the first sentence was, Savannah, we have your mother, Nancy. That was the first sentence that she would have read in that, when you think about it. And that certainly would have grabbed my attention if I would have been reading it, knowing the situation that she was missing, right? And some letter comes in that says, Savannah, we have your mother, Nancy. It's not sounding pretty ominous already.
Hey, let's see. What's weird is now I can't find that same interview, but I think I found it. Wait, she was also on CNN. What does she say here?
As well. And I know the KOLD hasn't reported the exact content, but you, Mary, have personally seen it yourself. What can you share?
I haven't. I think a lot of people were questioning the legitimacy of it, and while they're still looking into the legitimacy of it, they're taking all tips into consideration. We do know there are a few things that we can share as far as what the contents were. A lot of it is information that only someone who is holding her for ransom would know. Some very sensitive information and things that people who weren't there when she was taken captive would know. So those are things that are concerning. We immediately sent that information over to the sheriff's department, and they're of course looking into the legitimacy of it.
So it sounds like there was more than just the watch. She said a lot of it was about that.
One of the detectives did get back to us and ask us for some more information so that they can start searching for an IP address and things of that nature to try and figure out who or what people are responsible here.
And you say an IP address, so obviously this came via email, right?
Correct, it did. It came into our newsroom via email.
So then who saw it first, and what did the station do? I mean, at what point did you all realize, wow, this, might not be a crank. This might be something.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it also included a dollar amount, a deadline, and again, other specifics that only Guthrie's abductor might know. So that definitely raised some red flags. And our news tips come in directly to the newsroom, and our digital team and other employees have access to that. So they were the ones who flagged it initially when it came in. And when we saw some of those details, it was clear after a couple of sentences that, this might not be a hoax.
Huh. That one's a little bit more interesting than the other one, I think. That one actually talks about there's like multiple, like a whole bunch of stuff related to only that the kidnapper would know. And maybe we were only hearing about that one little part about the watch, but there's a hell of a lot more. And they, that's why they think it's real,
Well, and I think there was some secrecy going on in particular, that one of the most key things that people were wanting to know is, was this a group of people that went and did this, or was it a single person? And anybody who read that first letter knew that it was a we right off the bat, but that was completely secret until 3-4 days ago?
Yeah.
That we didn't even know?
Yeah, so there might be a whole bunch more. And that's why they're not going. Well, the second one, I don't understand why they can't release that. The first one, I could still understand why you might not want to, because of the only the killer would know stuff, Because as soon as you put it out there, then other people might do fake ransom notes with similar information and pretend that, oh yeah, that was me,
Well, it certainly sounds like. There's one of two things that happened. Either the journalist who got a hold of it said, well, we were told by authorities to not release any of the verbiage that was in these, so we're not going to do it, but by the way, it's went so long now that we're just going to override what they told us, and we're going to go ahead and start releasing tidbits anyway. Or the second scenario is that authorities went to them and said, well, we know that we told you to keep tight-lipped about this, but since we're not getting any recent leads and nothing's going anywhere, start releasing little blurbs here and there to see if we get anybody that, comes up with some clues, or, start piecemealing out the information and leaking it out bit by bit.
Yeah, but it seems like the stuff that they're leaking here isn't really... How does it help find the person? I guess it seems to me what it's doing is creating a lot more buzz again, for sure. Like way more, like it sort of died down other than, I don't know, they were still covering it, but not like what it is right now. It like multiplied by 10 probably. I'm just trying to figure out, like, is that just to, it's interesting that other ransom note writer started writing again, to TMZ right after this stuff got brought up again. Remember how there was this huge lull, just like the super chats, and but the thing is it wasn't until until just recently when the second ransom note was mentioned that all of a sudden this guy is now writing 2 more times to TMZ again. I don't know. I wonder if that, I don't know if because the FBI is interested in that person. That's what Harvey said, but that's Harvey, so we don't know.
And to me, what's so stupid about that whole thing is that It's not a lot of money that's being asked for. It's less than 100,000.
And he'd be safer if he just came forward. He'd be safer if he just came forward and got the $1 million.
Or even just that if somebody said, you know what, this person's running their mouth, they say they got all this evidence, they say they got this, they say they got that, well, we're going to put the money where their mouth is, we're going to put it in the account and see what happens. You know, and I'm not saying that it has to be TMZ guy who does it. It could be an anonymous donation from somebody that gives a crap about Nancy and her family and, you know, and wants to do a goodwill thing. Like, I've got money to burn and I'll throw 70 grand out there just to find out if this guy's got anything. And that's certainly, to me, it's like a no-brainer that you would test the guy's bluff.
Yeah.
You know, because make him go away. Make him go away. You
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
like, okay, you
60,000 to TMZ is nothing, you know.
Nothing.
So why doesn't
It's
TMZ
nothing.
just do it? That's what I was saying the other day. Just do it without the. Who gives a shit with the FBI? Just do it.
Exactly.
And see what comes from you. You might be a hero, TMZ. I mean, you know, just do it.
I mean, it's not as if he's kind of getting involved with the ransomer and that kind of thing. He's actually trying to get involved with solving it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's why you're putting it in there so you can get evidence to find these people. And so it's not like he's committing a crime or anything by...
How come nobody ever asked Harvey that? Like, hey, Harvey, why don't you just send it in?
Right.
You know? It's a freaking $60,000. That's all a Bitcoin is right now. You know? Why don't you do it? Write it off as an expense, for God's sakes. You know?
So the fact that it doesn't get done, and the fact that it gets drawn out like this, it almost looks suspect. Like, you know, I mean, this is an easy one. It's a no-brainer. Call the guy's bluff all day long, and it's a cheap one at that. You know
what would be cool? This is what Harvey should say. I'll tell you what. We'll send you we'll send you 10,000 right now, but you have to send us some. I mean, yeah, he's already said he won't do that because if he sent a picture, it has metadata in it. There's got to be a way that you can take an image and then remove let's see. I bet you ChatGPT. I'm going to ask, hey, is there a way to remove all metadata from an image? Let's see if it can switch. I kept it in the... Yes, there are several ways to remove metadata.
There are several ways to remove metadata from an image.
Yeah, several ways you can remove it from an image depending on your operating system. Take a screenshot, right? But okay. But if you take a screenshot, doesn't the metadata merely change and perhaps even point to your own system? Let's see what it says there. Yes, exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so it says taking a screenshot does not necessarily remove all the metadata. It usually replaces the original metadata with new metadata associated with the device or system that created the screenshot. See how it gets really tough for this guy? So even if you take a photograph of the video, or you do a screenshot of the video, no matter what you do, it shows up the metadata. I mean, I guess what you'd have to do is something like, I mean, hell, you'd almost have to steal somebody's, I mean, I guess you could do like a Polaroid photograph and send it in a letter, you know, through something, but then all of a sudden your DNA is on. There's really almost no way to do it, you know. It's impossible. I mean, not impossible, but very difficult, you know. Yeah, but even if you use a disposable, you'd have to use a disposable digital camera. But even then, it's like maybe that leads to where it was bought, and then they figure out that's a tough one. Well, it doesn't remove. It says what it typically does not remove in metadata embedded in the original image, such as camera, make and model, GPS. It does remove. So yes. So when you just take a photograph with a camera and you got it all hooked up, it actually keeps track of your GPS coordinates, the capture date, the lens information, your exposure settings, etc. Camera make and model even. It'll say like Sony. I've seen it. Like if you have it, it'll say like Sony camera, your GPS coordinates, all that stuff. But then when you do a screen grab, it removes all of that. But now your system is on there. Instead, it replaces that. So let's see. If your goal is to maximize privacy, how about we just ask it, how can I send someone an image that is untraceable? Let's see. It depends on what you mean.
It depends on what you mean by untraceable.
Shit. Well, no. Okay. Well, I mean.
JPEG file?
No. JPEG has metadata in it. If I need to send someone an image without giving up any information about myself or where the image was taken, etc. Let's see what it says.
Yes.
Yes, if your goal is simply to send an image without revealing information about yourself or where the image was taken, there are reasonable privacy steps you can take. None can guarantee absolute anonymity, but they can significantly reduce. I bet there's like a password that you can put. Before sending strip metadata from the image, metadata can contain, using metadata removal tool and then verifying that the metadata is gone is the most reliable approach. So I guess you can, people often overlook that the image itself can reveal information such as street signs. Okay, yes, all right. So that's kind of interesting. That it.
So he could do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's software that you could remove the metadata on it. That's pretty wild, though. Like you don't really think about shit like that.
Well, if they're messing around with crypto, and I'm not saying again that you have to be super sophisticated for that, but there's ways to, make it to where it's not traceable. The way that Harvey has drawn that out, and I keep hearing from this guy, like it's this buzzing mosquito that he doesn't like, that harasses him supposedly.
Right. Yeah. It's stupid.
When in fact he's got the money to easily call this guy's bluff all day long.
And not only that, the guy himself, he's saying, these two people are, they know who I am and I'm kind of nervous and everything. Well, okay, go straight to the FBI, say, listen, I need you guys' help. I also would like to be up for the reward, but these people might be dangerous to me, but I'm going to let you know who they are, etc. I mean, what the hell's he doing, man? He could get like $1 million.
Right, it doesn't make sense.
None of it makes sense.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that he is creating fictional content, or something like that, because that would just be really irresponsible journalism. But it is TMZ, so I don't know if I trust him. I don't know if I do.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is I'm just saying what's out there right now, but I don't have a lot of faith that I hope it's real, because then it might lead to something. But it just doesn't make sense. This guy just continually writing over and over and over and over and over. He's consistent, at least. And he seems kind of serious. But at the same time, why don't you just get the money through the tip line? You're the one that would be the one who found her body, and solve the case.
And I mean, and not only that, but I mean, not only solve the case, but if this FBI really wants to catch this guy or, find out who he is, well, you got to lure him in. Like how are you going to lure him in? Well, he's wanting money. This is the way that you set it up. You try to lure him in, and I mean, set up a sting. So I just don't understand why the FBI doesn't want to go along and say, like, okay, well, let's set this up and do what we need to do and see if we can catch the guy. You know, just only because, but I really do not think that he does have any information that will lead to Nancy. I think that it's all bluff. I don't think there's anything there. Because I cannot believe that those two people, if there's two people that took Nancy, would have done it in such a way that they would have exposed themselves to a third party who would be out running their mouth saying, "Oh, I know where she is, and I know this, and I know that." Are you telling me those two people who did that were foolish enough to do something so obvious in front of somebody else, could go and then basically blackmail them and, you know, put it out there that I can tell on you?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, do you think that those two people, think about this, do you think that they did that privately in secrecy with nobody else around? Or do you think they did that with other people watching them with Nancy in plain view?
Did what part?
So when they got back to, let's say that Nancy's at her place, or Nancy's at their place for 30 some hours before she dies, before that letter
I don't
goes
think
out.
I don't think that they. I mean, I think if she died, it would probably be on the second, at really late in the evening, that they took off with her body. Nobody's watching. It's in the evening. That's what I would think.
Right, but it's the whole next day where it's light out. So it's not it's
Yeah,
no
but they
longer
got her
night.
home in
It's
the darkness, right? So let's say they got home by like 3 in the morning. I guess that's kind of an interesting thing to think about, because it means that, you know, what time does it get light in September? You'd want to be home before then. So how far away could you live and not be light outside when you're bringing Nancy into your house or something? Or wherever you took her, you know, I guess we don't really know. They could have taken her up to a tent somewhere. Hey, but look, I just did a screen grab a second ago of, and so the metadata that came back is, you know, the name of the file that I just screen grabbed is today's date. And it says the date created, which is 11/18, date modified, same thing. And then it has the owner, puts my name on there. And then it has the computer name. So you're kind of screwed when you're just doing a screen grab, you know. Just like that. I just screen grabbed Google Earth and it has that. So if I had sent that to somewhere, they go, "Oh, that's Gray Hughes. Okay, he's got the," you know. So it's pretty crazy.
That is. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Well, it's the technology is out there, that's for sure, and you got to know how to avoid it if you're going to be doing something that's, you know, like this.
Yeah.
But didn't that person that wrote Harvey, didn't he make it sound like he was standing within a visual range to be able to see?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Would take to do a video, yeah. But it seems like he knew them or something. Like maybe he was, you know, I don't know what this
I'm just saying, it sounds like it's a scenario, and this is the way this guy is making it sound, the one who's writing to Harvey. He's making it sound like when they got Nancy back to wherever they took her, that he happened to be there on the premises and see that. And so he is a literal eyewitness to them being with her. And he literally did say in a previous communication that was her with them. I mean, that was his exact words, is that he used prior. And so I'm just saying that for him to be able to say that means that either one of two things had to be happening. Either when they took Nancy, that they didn't know that he was watching them, or they did know that he was, and that he, you know, is known to them because they're sitting there watching it. And if they're taking Nancy back to a place that is secretive and secluded because they want to getting ready to return her and bring her back and whatever, it's not going to be some outdoor place. It's probably going to be inside of some type of a dwelling. And it just makes you think that this guy, if he really exists and he really did see something like he's claiming, that he would have had to have been inside that home wherever Nancy was at, presumably if she was still alive.
But he said he was just was just with the guy, the main person. You know, like the other one wasn't there. It was just the main kidnapper. So maybe it's the guy in the video, I guess. I don't know. If that's the main one.
But Harvey had said before, he said when he had communications with Harvey, he specifically said, and that was definitely Nancy I saw with them, meaning plural.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember the wording from a long time ago.
Okay.
He just said he saw him with her and has a video. Or maybe he's just saying that he saw, you know, the video he has is with the main kidnapper and her. And maybe that's not referring to the same thing that TMZ was talking about. You know, like he might have seen them all together, but the video he has only has the main kidnapper and her. Right?
I got the distinction. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So maybe that's what the difference is. But man, I've been on it for 4 hours and 25 minutes. And it's dead as a doornail.
You know how we can go. You know how we can go. So
yeah, it's.
But before I get off the phone, I did want to say for everybody who's out there listening that you know, this is why Gray does such great work. You know, this is why we tune into this channel, because the effort that he puts in here, that he's always in search of, you know, what really happened here. And he's only using the, you know, logic and common sense and reasoning for those conclusions. So it's not going to be anything outlandish. It's going to be, you know, what is the most plausible explanation. And I think as far as the ransom notes go, and I mean, I thought you did a good job with the arguments that you presented, and I really am going to have to think about this more to to have any bit of a comeback, because I mean, it really does lean that way that the ransom.
Hey, you know what was interesting is Raven called in with the same conviction, and when we were done, he sort of said sort of similarly, like, well,
yeah,
you know, like he wasn't sure, you know. Then it's harder once you put it all together, you know, like it's.
So good job on your behalf. And then the other last thing I wanted to say is that that gifting frenzy that I saw last night take place on your channel, I just got to say the freaks just rock.
That was cool. Rock. Like, Michelle Chris O'Connell, and then I was going to say with a C, it was Carl with a C.
Carl C.
Yeah, Carl with a C. Yeah, those people. But like tonight, though, it just went backwards again. So it's like, man, you have that one good night, and you hope that you're sort of going to keep moving into the end of the month. Because that one just made up for, this is one of the, like, really struggling month, even worse than last month. So it kind of made up for a couple nights that you sort of, like, let's say you throw some of that onto 2 of the nights we didn't make it, and you could have made the goal, but there's still 14 nights where we didn't. And then tonight's another one. So it's like, even after you have the good night, the next night. And you know what's the weirdest part is, it's sad, but every time I do call-in shows or play like long press conferences, it just absolutely dies. Like, people don't support the channel, and I have no idea why. It's like that every single time. Except I like doing the calls, you know, it's fun talking to people. So I wish it inspired people to support the channel, but it seems like almost without fail, that's what happens. It's really
and it's always
bizarre.
Been like that for call-ins.
Yeah, it's been like that forever. Yeah, it's not you or anybody. It's just the way it is. For some reason, the call-in shows don't like pump people up to support the channel. Why? I don't know. You know, it's not like that every single time. Like, you've been on a few times where we made the goals and so forth, but it's just been something over the years. And people, they've heard me say that many times. I'll say, hey guys, I know we're doing a call-in, or hey, we're doing a, you know, and it still doesn't have an effect. So it might just be bad luck, you know, but I like doing the call-ins because it lets you figure out, you know, you can discuss through something and really kind of dial in and figure something out. Don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, my takeaway is I got to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, well, that's I was sort of like, it sucked because I've been really kind of focused in on the nut job theory because it seemed to kind of work, you know, it seemed to work. But then I was like, oh shit! As soon as I saw the wording that was in the second letter, and then now that we know that "we" was in both of them, It's kind of like, oh shit, okay. And then you think about the walkie-talkie, and and the car thing, because we've already thrown it in there. Like I've said many times, that I can't say that somebody else didn't move the car. If there's another person involved, they're the one that drove the car up into the driveway. I mean, how many times have I said that? Many times, right? So now it's like, okay, well, maybe that's even more possible now, given just everything in totality put together. So there you go.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, it's very interesting that that they are so honest, and I mean, even to come out and say that it is we. Is very interesting, just to come out and put it right out there, that it's a team. It's two of us at least, Savannah, we have your mother, Nancy. It definitely, when you hear a phrase like that, it makes you think that someone is trying to send a message that this isn't just some one person here. We're letting you know that we're a group and we have your mother. And it's just a little bit more scary, right? Because it's kind of like, well, Nancy, I have your mother. It's like, Nancy, we have your mother. It's almost more sinister. And they let that be known right off the jump. So it's something that's interesting being that honest,
Yeah. I mean, it was just, probably just
but
trying
anyway,
to get...
great points tonight.
Well, you too.
Great points. We could keep right on going, but anyway, great. I know how I am, but...
Well, this is my, this is 6 hours of show today, and we didn't even reach the goal on the 6 hours. So that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But you know what? Some days are bad, I guess, We just don't know.
I will say, last night, though, I mean,
that was cool.
My mind was blown away. I never have seen anything like that. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Well, Carl with a C and Chris O'Connell did something like that about, I don't know, months ago. It was crazy. Just similar, same thing.
Okay. That was so cool just to be a part of that. I was like, oh my gosh. And then to hear your reactions as it was going on, like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
But anyway, I hope you have a great night.
You
and
too.
To the freaks out there, it was a pleasure, and we'll get ready to talk more Nancy in the future.
All right. Well, I'll be waiting for your next
All right.
argument to rebut.
I'll talk to you soon, Greg.
All right. Have a good one. See you.
Yep. Take care.
Bye. All right. Jason Bourne. Let's see. And by the way, when we have those months where there's really big cases, how we did yesterday is like a normal night, believe it or not, during those months, like those times. And that's when we're able to donate like 7,000 at the end of the month. Let's see. What do you keep talking about, Carpe Diem, bro? Also notable, it was only addressed to Susanna. Who? Was Mr. G's linked to her? That was the perp's target? What are you talking about, man? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's just like, you're all over the place. Yeah, anyways. All right. So we had Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, Honeybee Fly. Or let me go up here. Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, Honeybee Fly, and then Elaine Tolling, 67 months. I'm sure of pure hell. Then Karen, Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake, Honeybee Fly, Karen, Honeybee Fly, Alley Cake, Deblongo, Timothy Cecil, KMTX, Stacy Facey. It wouldn't have been exciting if they assumed a theory similar. Yeah, it wouldn't have been as exciting if they assumed. Right. And then we have Alley Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, Horse Teeth, Cow Teeth, Wild Bill Wassman, Six Kids UK, Michelle H, Lisa Valenzuela, Wild Bill Wassman. Then I had to gift one, robbing Peter to pay Paul to reach Jim Long's goal, and Jessica Schubach, and then we had Body Blow Biscuit Butter. Then Jim Long, and then Jim Long, and then Suz F. Then we also had the coffee from or a couple coffees from Marty. Very cool. And then we also had what was the other one? Lisa Valenzuela sent a coffee in. And then thought there was something else. Can't remember. I think that's it. But thanks, Marty. Really appreciate that. Man, that was a long day. 6 hours. You know, we did a show earlier. I think we got like, 60 something. And then this one is 175. So that's 70 short of the minimum goal. But then we had Marty with some coffees. So, yeah. I guess we almost got there. But man, that's a long day to do that. That's, that's when you hope to have have one show and then that augments the next one. But that's not how it turned out. But we do have the end of the month coming up here in a few days from now. Hey, look at that. There's Paul Ayers right at the end there. Thank you. And by the way, so if you're here, the reason I don't know. We might have to change things up here a little bit, but one of my main goals in here is to, I try to make sure that my channel has income to survive. And then we donate thousands of dollars out of the super chats, the ad revenue, etc. And, just by doing that, since January of 2020, we're at $298,000 we've given to a scholarship fund, a DNA fund, NCMEC, Texas EquiSearch, etc., 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 etc. We've done them all. Okay, it's been really amazing. I hope to be able to continue doing it, but I wish it was like more natural. Like all of a sudden the ad revenue from videos picked up again. I used to do really well on videos, but then all of a sudden I got out of the algorithm, and they don't get recommended. It's really strange. So we have that. But once we get to 300,000, I might have to think okay, I'll just do what I can donate, what I can each month, instead of trying to really, I don't know. It's hard to do that, because there's so many people that count on us. The scholarships, the DNA fund specifically, Hey, thanks, Haley. As in Haley's Comet. You guys ever watch that show Reacher? I've watched that series 4 times. I just think it's so good, especially the first 2 seasons. It's just, I don't know. I laugh every time. It's freaking awesome. Well, shit. Where were you guys all earlier? Thanks, Karen777. Hey, there you go. Look at that. That was because of Jason Bourne. See, Jason, you just helped us out. You did it. And Marty's Bar and Grill. Hey, you just made up his challenge there, too. Yeah, all of a sudden, that's crazy. Just like that. So let's see. Yeah, that's wild. So now the 2 shows combined reach the minimum goal. That's pretty good. The 6 hours, and then the coffees and everything are just, that makes it more, Yeah, I know. I know you guys are listening to that. That's funny, though. That's funny. Well, thank you guys. Very cool. Are you guys going to watch the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearings on my channel? I'm hoping to get people to watch that. I think that would be good. I'm not sure. They haven't been, you know what, no matter, however he communicated with TMZ, they haven't been able to track the person down. And Harvey even said he called the person. You know, it's like, what do you mean called? How does that work? All right. Okay. Well, I guess that's about it. You guys? Did you guys find it the show interesting at least? I thought it was good. Thanks for Raven. Although what does he call himself now? I just always say Raven. Oh, Bengal Cat Chili. What the hell is that, by the way? Where the hell did you come up with that thing? Bengal Cat Chili. Come on, man. We had Raven. Remember? Oh, yeah. You mean, yep, you'll watch it. Yeah. It's on the 6th. It's like all day, too. It's like a regular trial. You know, it's going to be on July 6th, 7th, 8th. I think they have it 5 days of something. Yeah, I think there's 3 days of trial and then like hearing, you know, like maybe the results or something. Or, you know, what the judge decides. I don't know. You know what? I was thinking about the judge, you know, because he ruled that it was, what was it, what was the term again? Oh yeah, contempt of court. He ruled that it was. Did you hear that, Jason? I did that show earlier. Yeah, he ruled that it was contempt of court on the secondary, like the part where he debunked that the bullet didn't match comments that Daily Mail. He ruled that was okay, but it was a bridge too far when he started saying, but we believe we have the evidence. And see, I don't think that's just normal, right? Of course they believe that. It's obvious. You're just stating the obvious. Yes, of course the prosecutor thinks they have enough information to prove guilt. Okay? However, he ruled that was contempt of court. You know? So, yeah, but I think he just did it to take that away as an appeal issue, meaning that he ruled that it was contempt, but his remedy was merely to give them some sort of a benefit during voir dire, you know, the jury selection. So I don't know what that is. They haven't really talked about that yet, but yeah. I mean, that case is, all I really want to do is watch it to see the new stuff or hear about it at least. Stuff that we didn't know. Because right now it's a slam dunk. There is, I mean, it's just going to get worse for this guy. It's like one of the most powerful cases I've ever seen. And the reason it's like, I mean, it'd almost be sort of like ridiculous, but it's just the fact that so many people on social media pretend that he didn't do it. It's sick, you know. He threw the death a bone. Yeah, right, exactly. He sort of let them feel like, okay, you're right, you know, it was, you know, and it's not something they can appeal now, etc. I mean, you could try it, but then it would just be the judge saying, well, he ruled in your favor. We're not going to squabble over the death penalty. Take the death penalty off the table because a prosecutor stated the obvious. What do you mean new Brenna clip? Where? Did you send it to me? Oh, you just sent. No, that was earlier. What are you talking about? Did you just send it to me, or the one from 9 something? Yes, what? I don't have anything that you just sent me. I have one from 9 something. You're just getting up for work. Do you live? You must live in the UK or something. Oh yeah, 9. Okay, that one. Is there anything interesting in it? We can listen to it. Let's just listen to it.
Just a behavioral analyst.
35 months of hell, right, Paul Ayers?
Casey Jordan and former Arizona TV reporter Brianna Whitney, who is very key here. She is the reporter for the Crime Junkie podcast, and she is the one who says she saw the note. Good to have you both, especially on a Friday. Brianna, thank you. And just to make it really clear, which you already did, by the way, but there is no controversy as far as what you saw and understand was in this note. They said that Nancy Guthrie is no longer living, yes?
Correct. Yeah, without a doubt.
Okay. All right. Because I know you've never been anything but clear, but there's this silly controversy that I think is more clickbait than anything else. First of all, Casey, what is the best reason why what I'm suggesting is not the right thing to do, to take the flyer on the Bitcoin and see if this guy has anything?
Because there's so many better things that you can do with $100,000 than waste it on this hoax, for starters. Okay?
Definitely a hoax. Why?
Okay. First of all, why go through TMZ? Oh, you don't trust the police. Why don't you just contact the family directly? As Savannah would love to hear from you. Savannah's put $1 million on the table saying she would pay for real information to get her mother's body back or some kind of information. And yet you're going through Harvey Levin. And yet he is going for listen, this guy is a ringmaster with the emotional intelligence of a Beavis and Butthead character. We are the dance monkeys because we're talking about it. And he's at home going, look what I made TMZ do. Look what I've made all the media do. Oh, probably the last day of her life. The main guy. How specific is that? Come on. If this guy had any knowledge, secreted a phone, but they don't know about it. Okay, wait, let's just follow the logic, Chris. He knows who they are, then they probably know who he is, right? And why wouldn't they kill him if they knew that he had...
That's funny. She's like saying it's $100,000 for Bitcoin. Man, that ship sailed a long time ago. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. But it's 60,000 now. I kind of agree with the rest of what she's saying. It's like this guy, I just said that on the show earlier, that, man, why not get a hold of law enforcement? And just say, hey, I've got this information, protect me. Here it is. And he'd get the reward, too. There's no reason for this. It's stupid.
Information that could get them arrested. Oh, come on. This is just one big ringmaster, and we are...
Why does it matter what the clip is? Just listen to it. It's right here. It's a News Nation clip.
Jumping through hoops like little circus dogs. There's nothing...
I hope they catch him because it's a crime. What he's doing. So,
it is.
Or he, she,
right
they, whoever it is. Brianna, let me bring you in on this. What is your sense of reporting and understanding the context of the investigation around this second note especially? Do they believe that there's progress to be made here and that they're making it, or is this kind of in long shot territory for them?
I think it's a long shot territory, at least somewhat. We know that they're taking the note seriously, the first two that came in, which I think it's important to clarify that the first two ransom notes that came in, that the FBI is investigating, that Savannah says she tends to believe are real, those are different than what TMZ is referring to right now.
Yeah, so I've been saying this the whole time. Okay, there's 2 ransom notes. How many times have you guys heard me say this? There's 2 ransom notes that the FBI believes are real. And so does Savannah. And the reason Savannah thinks they're real is because the FBI does, not because she on her own magically believes that they're real. She thinks they're real because she's seen what's on them, first of all, and probably knows that only the person who abducted would know those things. And the FBI believes they're real also. I've said it like literally 100 times. And then there's a whole nother set of ransom notes that TMZ's getting after those that are from some other guy that they've been communicating with for a long time. The Enton one? What do you mean? I'm not. Oh, I'm sleepy though. I gotta admit, I am sleepy.
Now with the
6 hours. Now we're at 6 hours and 30 minutes.
emails that are coming in. And I think people are getting those confused because it is confusing. It feels like there's a million notes coming in from every which direction. But these first two notes, we know they're still under investigation. And Savannah was pretty clear in her interview to Hoda that she believes that these are real.
That's ridiculous. Open mind. That's just ridiculous.
And I think it's because of the verbiage that was used. I found them to be very interesting in just the way that they're worded. Like she perished shortly after she was taken.
Get a hold of the FBI.
We didn't intend to hurt her. Nothing you could have done would change the outcome. We're truly sorry. And the way that these two notes kind of played off each other, you would think or would know that the first one that came in was written by the same person for the second one. So to me, when that came in the first week in the investigation and we saw it, that's where it kind of felt like things stopped. Like we haven't had true, real progress, like evidence that we know the FBI is investigating since these notes. And if they're true, that was kind of the end of it because they couldn't provide any proof of life at that point.
Right. Although, look, they still could have provided proof that they were in possession of Nancy, knew where she was, and they didn't, which is, of course, a big question mark because it doesn't mean you're not going to get paid. Most families will pay to get their loved one back. And also, just one more, I know it's a small point, and you have been very clear on this, Brianna, but just to squash the controversy. Not only do you know that they said in the note that she was no longer alive, but you say there was an apology in the note, that there was an expression of they didn't mean to do that. Just to be clear, yes?
To be very clear, we are truly sorry was at the end of the note.
Got it. Thank you, Brianna. And again, I'm not asking you because I was confused by you. You've been stellar as far as I'm concerned. Casey, the two notes that Brianna's focused on, and I think rightly so, do they give you any gut on whether or not the guy on the porch is the guy who writes those notes?
No, I don't think he is the one who writes the notes at all. And Brandon's right. We got to keep everything straight. And I do want to emphasize that the FBI, of course, they have to take all of these seriously and exhaustively look into the possibility that it's legitimate. But nothing has been, I get people who go, oh no, the second one was legitimate. I'm like, no. Savannah wants it to be legitimate, right? Because it brings her some sense of peace. But understand that if these people had any direct knowledge of what happened to Nancy, you would have some kind of visual proof of her alive or dead. You could take a picture of a ring on her finger. You could take a picture of her earlobe, a mole on her back.
So easy.
Something. It would be so easy, but no one's done it. No proof of life, no proof of death, which is why my conclusion is that they're all hoaxes at this point until we have something, a mole on her back.
So easy.
Something. It would be so easy, but
he apparently already did that in the first one. And Brianna is looking at, I wonder if she...
No one's done it. No proof of life, no proof of death, which is why my conclusion is...
Oh, you mean in the... Well, what...
They're all hoaxes at this point until we have something to prove that there is a legitimacy.
One other quick thing, and
Well, how come, but Brianna, she's shaking her head like, yeah. I don't know if she's seen the first ransom note, because the other reporter we just heard earlier was pretty clear that there's a bunch of stuff in there that only the kidnapper would have known.
Don't know, so it's not fair to dig too much on it. But you say most likely burglary gone wrong. My problem with that is unless this guy was strung out, I've never covered a case of a burglary where the person is so slow and brazen with what they're doing, unless they're drugged up. You know what I mean? And it's just a crime of opportunity. You really think that this may have been a home invasion gone wrong?
Yes, I do. And I do not dismiss at all that this person is on drugs and looking for items that he can steal and hawk, gold, silver, metals, take them to the pawn shop.
What are you talking about, Astro? Whatever the hell your name is. First of all, what a ridiculous name. But what are you talking about? Savannah and her camp just gaslighting? Yeah, we know that's your opinion. What are they gaslighting about? What are you talking about?
For money, for drugs. That is what most burglaries are about. Listen, if it was really about Nancy and they knew that this was Nancy, they would come in like ninjas and she would be out in 20 seconds and you would have proof of life and you would get all the money you want because Savannah wants her mother back. I truly think that they didn't, they just want it. Idiocy, pure idiocy.
The Enton one where he interviewed the same person that everybody keeps interviewing over and over and over and over again. That guy, yeah, I saw that one.
Stacey Jordan,
yeah.
Appreciate you and thank you. Brianna Whitney, great stuff. Thank you for coming here on the show. Good luck at Crime Junkie Podcast. You're always welcome here. Appreciate.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess that'll do it then, huh? I can't remember who they said addressed the second to Savannah. They didn't say in that one. It's not Astroglide, okay? It's not, all right? So we're going to have to say goodbye and good luck out there, all right? All right, see you later. Maybe some other time when your brain works, come back. All right, thanks everybody. Really appreciate it. And I guess I'll add to the thanks from earlier. Paul Ayers, 35 months, and he did another super chat. And then we also had Karen, 777, gift 5 memberships. Haley, gift 5, and Paul Ayers, gift 5. Did you guys call each other on the phone or something? That was crazy how they all three came in like that. Anyways, thank you guys very much. Really appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. And go to sleep, everybody. I know it's way too late here. It's 3 in the morning on the East Coast. Sorry about that. All right, have a good one. See you. Oh, yeah. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. See how tired I am? I didn't even remember that.
Huh? The truth is, they're as dumb as they come.
What the hell? Stupid is being nice. You're an absolute moron.
1.21 gigawatts. What the hell is a gigawatt?
Evil can never be dead enough. And some of you make shit up.
Hey, Allah, hey, Allah, all right, see you guys. And thanks, Marty. And thanks for the callers. Or basically, Raven and Jason Bourne. And just thank everybody, okay?